Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The first thing you must understand is the sound. It is not a loud sound, not one that would carry through the walls of a house to a neighbor's ear. It is a small, wet, rhythmic sound, a sticky, peeling sound, like a piece of tape being slowly lifted from a roll over and over again. It is the sound of a child's small, pink tongue dragging itself across the surface of a window pane. Anna was at the window again. From the kitchen doorway, her mother Danielle watched, her hand frozen on the frame. The morning light, weak and the color of dusty pearls, fell through the glass and onto Anna's face. It should have been a beautiful sight, her daughter haloed in the dawn. But it was not. Anna's small body was rigid, her spine a straight line under her cotton nightgown. Her head was tilted at an angle that seemed to deny the simple physics of bone and muscle, and her tongue, pale and dry-looking despite its wet work, moved in a steady, mechanical cadence. Up, across, down, up, across, down. She had been doing this for 17 minutes. Danielle knew because she had been watching for 17 minutes, the digital clock on the microwave burning the passing seconds into her retinas. This was the new ritual. This had replaced the request for chocolate milk, the fumbling with cartoon-themed cereal bowls. Danielle did not call out. She had learned that sudden noises could have consequences. A shattered lamp, a deep, guttural growl that did not belong in a child's throat. Instead, she took a slow, silent breath, the air tasting of stale coffee and a faint, coppery scent she could never quite locate. A scent that had begun to permeate the house weeks ago, like a penny left to bleed on a damp basement floor. Anna, she finally whispered, the name of fragile thing in the still air. The licking stopped. The head did not turn, but a voice, thin and raspy, as if forced through a throat full of gravel, spoke to the window pane. "It's thirsty." Danielle felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. "What's thirsty, honey?" the quiet Anna said. And then the tongue resumed its work, a metronome of madness. This was the new normality. A normality stitched together with omens so subtle they were almost missed. A misplaced doll found under Anna's bed, its porcelain face turned to the wall. The way the family dog, an old golden retriever named Barnaby, would no longer enter Anna's room, whining at the threshold before slinking away with his tail between his legs. Then the whispers started, not from Anna's room, but from within the very walls of the house, a sibilant chorus that seemed to comment on their every move. Danielle would be folding laundry and hear a sigh that was not her own. Her husband, Michael, had heard it too, before he had left 2 weeks ago for a business trip from which he had not yet returned, his phone calls growing fewer and farther between, his voice a distant, frayed wire. Science had been their first refuge. Pediatricians, neurologists, psychiatrists. They had mapped Anna's brain with glowing machines, probed her blood with needles, asked her gentle questions about monsters and dreams. The results were always the same: perfectly healthy. A child under stress, perhaps. A reaction to parental tension. They prescribed rest. A consistent routine. They used words like psychosomatic and conversion disorder. They did not have to live in the house. They did not have to feel the slow, inexorable shift in the atmosphere. The way the air itself became thick and resistant, like wading through water no one else could see. The accumulation was a silent avalanche. One Tuesday, Danielle found the kitchen cabinets emptied, every plate and bowl stacked in a precarious, spiraling tower in the center of the living room floor. Anna sat cross-legged before it, humming a tuneless melody that seemed to vibrate in Danielle's teeth. Another night, Danielle was woken by a sound like dry seeds shaking in a gourd. She followed the noise to Anna's door, which was slightly ajar. In the gloom, she saw her daughter standing on her bed, not sleeping, not awake. Anna's small hands were clenched into fists, and she was shaking them above her head, the rattle coming from within her own bones. It was after this that Danielle, hollowed out and desperate, her faith a small, cold pebble in her chest, had called the diocese. She did not ask for an exorcist. Such words felt medieval, absurd. She asked for a priest to come and bless the house, to bring some peace. What arrived were two men. Father Archero, who was so old he seemed carved from the same weathered wood as the pews in his church, his hands a map of blue veins and prominent knuckles. And with him, Father Douglas, young enough to be his grandson, his face still holding the bright, unlined hope of a faith yet to be truly tested. They stood on the porch, a study in contrasts, while Danielle wrung her hands, the coppery smell now strong in her own nostrils. Father Archero's eyes, the color of a winter sky, did not leave her face as she spoke. He did not flinch when she mentioned the whispers, the licking, the tower of plates. He simply listened, his silence a deep, accepting well. Father Douglas, however, shifted his weight from foot to foot, his gaze darting towards the windows of the house, as if expecting to see a face. "It's probably just a difficult time," Father Douglas said, his voice too loud for the porch. Children are sensitive to emotional environments. Father Archero held up a hand, a gentle but firm gesture that silenced the younger man. "We will see," he said. His voice was low, a soft rumble. "The house feels thirsty." Danielle's blood went cold. She had not used that word. Inside, the air was a physical presence. It was cold, a deep, subterranean cold that the furnace groaned against, but could not conquer. Anna was in her room. She was sitting on the floor, drawing. But she was not using crayons or markers. She was using her own finger, dipped again and again into a glass of water, drawing wet, shimmering shapes on the hardwood floor that evaporated almost as soon as they were made. The shapes were complex, full of impossible angles that hurt the eye to follow. Father Douglas smiled, a strained, pastoral expression. "Hello, Anna," I am Father Douglas. Anna did not look up. Her finger traced a spiraling line. He doesn't believe, she said, her voice flat. Yes, just pretending. It's a game he plays with himself in the mirror. Father Douglas's smile vanished. He took a step back, his face paling. Father Archero knelt slowly, his joints cracking like twigs. He ignored the drawings and looked only at Anna. He did not speak for a long time. He simply watched her, his ancient eyes missing nothing. He saw the slight tremor in her hand that was not from the cold. He saw the way the shadows in the corner of the room seemed to cling together, thicker and darker than they should be. He smelled it then, not just the copper, but something older. The smell of turned earth, of things buried deep and forgotten. It is not the child we must speak with, Archero said, his voice barely a whisper. He rose, turning to Danielle. There is something here, an old thing. It is not a demon, not in the way the films show it. It is a hunger, a silence that wants to be filled. This was the revelation. It was not a possession in the classical sense. There was no single name to cast out. Archero explained it in fragments, over bitter coffee in the kitchen, while Anna's silent presence weighed on the house. He spoke of entities that are not beings, but absences. Echoes of a creation that did not take, left to drift in the voids between worlds. They are attracted to pain, to fracture, to the quiet desperation of lonely places. They latch on and they feed. They use the voice and the body of the host not to speak, but to create more silence, more emptiness. They are a cancer of the soul. It has been here a long time, Archero said, waiting. It fed on the loneliness of the previous owner, an old woman who died here. It fed on the arguments between you and your husband. And now it has found a rich meal in your daughter Sphere. The ritual was their last hope. It would not be a grand spectacle. It would be a quiet war, a battle of presence against absence, of name against anonymity. Archero called it a banishing. He and Douglas would return at midnight, when the veil between things is thinnest. The house waited. As night fell, the silence became absolute. No hum from the refrigerator. No tick from the clock. It was a silence that pressed against the eardrums, a heavy, woolen quiet. Danielle sat on the sofa, holding a photograph of Anna from a year ago, a little girl with laughing eyes on a swing. She could not reconcile that image with the thing in the bedroom. The priests returned. Archero carried a small, worn satchel. Douglas carried a crucifix, his knuckles white around the wood. They did not bring holy water in a fancy vial, but in a simple mason jar. It looked ordinary. In Anna's room, the air was frigid. The girl was on the bed, but she was not asleep. She was sitting upright, her eyes open and fixed on the three of them as they entered. They were black, those eyes. Not the color black, but a void, a lack of light. You are too late, the thing inside Anna said, its voice a chorus of cracks and whispers. The quiet is almost full. Archero began to speak. Not in Latin, but in a language so old it sounded like the wind over stones, the flow of water underground. He moved around the room, not with theatrical sweeps, but with precise, deliberate steps, his fingers tracing patterns in the air. He was not commanding. He was reminding. He was naming the things of the world, the solidity of the floor, the breath in their lungs, the love of a mother for her child asserting reality against the invading nothingness. The thing in Anna laughed, a sound like breaking glass. The bedroom door slammed shut. The drawers of the dresser flew open and closed, bang, 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 like a rapid heartbeat. Father Douglas flinched, raising his crucifix. In the name of Christ, I command you. A force, invisible and brutal, slammed into him, throwing him against the wall. He slid to the floor, gasping. Your name is nothing, the voice hissed. Your faith is a story you tell yourself in the dark. Archero did not pause his chanting. He knelt before the bed, his face inches from Anna S. He opened the mason jar. The water within seemed to shimmer with a light of its own. Your name is Anna, he whispered, his voice cutting through the chaotic noise. You are Danielle S. daughter. You love the smell of rain on pavement. You are afraid of the dark at the top of the stairs. You are real. The thing recoiled. Anna S. body twisted. No, these are lies, fictions. There is only the quiet. This was the climax. A battle not of strength, but of essence. Archero was pouring his own life, his own certainty, into the words, into the simple, physical act of flicking drops of water onto Anna S.'s forehead. Each drop sizzled like on a hot griddle, and a wisp of that coppery, earthy smell would rise. Danielle, watching from the corner, her heart a trapped bird in her chest, felt a pull. A desperate, maternal instinct that cut through her terror. She crawled forward, ignoring the freezing air, the flying objects. She reached the bed and took Anna S. cold, twitching hand. Your name is Anna, Danielle said, her voice trembling but clear. I was there when you were born. You had my Father S. eyes. You said your first word when you were 10 months old. It was light. She spoke into the void. She spoke of birthday cakes and skinned knees, of lullabies and nightmares soothed away. She named the world for her daughter, piece by piece, memory by memory. She built a wall of love against the consuming silence. The thing inside her daughter shrieked, a sound of pure, thwarted hunger. The blackness in Anna S.'s eyes swirled like oil, and for a terrifying moment, Danielle saw it not a monster, but a vast, yawning emptiness, a mouth that had never been fed. Then, with a final, shuddering convulsion that arched Anna S.'s small body into a bow, it was gone. The silence that followed was different. It was the simple, clean silence of a late night. The oppressive weight had lifted. The cold began to recede. Anna collapsed into her Mother S. arms, breathing deeply, naturally, for the first time in months. Father Douglas stirred, groaning. Father Archero, looking every one of his 80 years and more, leaned against the bed, his breath rattling in his chest. He had given everything. Weeks passed. Michael came home, full of shame and fear, but the house welcomed him with a peace it had not known in years. Anna was was healing. The color returned to her cheeks. She laughed again, a true child-esque laugh. But she had no memory of the thing that had inhabited her. She remembered only a long, dark dream. Danielle tried to believe it was over. But sometimes, in the deep of the night, she would wake and listen. And she would hear it, not a whisper, not a lick, but a quality to the silence, a depth. A reminder that the quiet was still there, everywhere, waiting. And it was always, always thirsty. One afternoon, she was in the backyard, watching Anna swing on the old tire swing. The sun was warm. It was a perfect moment. Then Anna slowed the swing to a stop. She looked not at her mother, but at the woods behind their property, her head tilting to that same, faintly wrong angle. "It is okay, Mommy," Anna said, her voice soft and distant. "It is not gone. It is just listening from farther away now." Danielle felt the cold knot tighten once more, permanent, final. And then the wind picked up, rushing through the tall pines, a sound like a long, slow exhalation. It swept across the lawn, rustling the leaves, cooling the sweat on Danielle's neck. It carried the smell of turned earth. The sky began to darken at the edges, not with clouds, but with the inevitable approach of night. Anna sat perfectly still on the swing, a small figure against the vast, gathering dusk. The wind sighed again, longer this time, and the shadows under the trees deepened, pooling together into a single, seamless darkness. It was a natural ending. The landscape was swallowing everything. The wind, the fading light, the little girl on the swing, all being slowly covered by the advancing night, until there was only the quiet and the hunger of the world. Anna did not turn from the woods. Her small hands tightened on the ropes of the tire swing. The normal, healing light that had been in her eyes for weeks seemed to have dimmed, replaced by a flat, reflective quality, like the surface of a deep well. Danielle's mouth went dry. The perfect moment was shattered, the illusion of safety peeling away like old paint. "What did you say, honey?" "It is patient," Anna replied, her tone matter-of-fact, as if commenting on the weather. "It likes the waiting. The waiting is part of the meal." A jolt of pure, undiluted fear coursed through Danielle. She wanted to scream, to run to her daughter and shake her, to demand that the normal child return. But she stood frozen, a statue in her own backyard. She had learned the hard way that panic was a kind of fuel. Instead, she forced her feet to move, one in front of the other, until she was standing beside the swing. She placed a hand on Anna's back, feeling the delicate ridge of her spine through the thin cotton of her shirt. The contact was meant to be comforting, but Anna felt cold despite the sun. "There is nothing out there, Anna," Danielle whispered, the lie tasting like ash in her mouth. Anna finally turned her head. Her eyes were her own again, clear and blue, but filled with a knowledge no 6-year-old should possess. "It is not out there, Mommy. It is in the quiet, and the quiet is everywhere." She offered a small, sad smile. "It showed me. It S in the spaces between the leaves, in the breath you hold before you speak. It S in the hollow of your ear when no one is talking. The back door slid open and Michael stepped out, holding 2 glasses of lemonade. Hey, you two. Thirsty. He was trying so hard, his voice a little too bright, his smile a little too wide. He had missed the worst of it, and now he was desperately trying to rebuild the world he had abandoned. Danielle watched as Anna's demeanor shifted instantly. The ancient look vanished, replaced by a child's eager expression. Lemonade. Thanks, Daddy. She scrambled off the swing and ran to him, accepting the glass with both hands. Michael caught Danielle's eye over Anna's head, his expression asking a silent question. Is everything okay? Danielle managed a nod, a tight, brittle movement. She took the other glass from him, her fingers brushing his. His hand was warm. Hers felt like ice. She watched Anna sip her drink, a picture of innocence, and felt the chasm between the child she saw and the thing that had spoken through her widen into an abyss. That night, after Anna was asleep a true, untroubled sleep, or so it seemed, Danielle lay beside Michael in bed. The house was silent, but the silence was no longer neutral. It had become a text to be read, a surface to be scanned for the slightest ripple. She said something today. Danielle whispered into the darkness. Michael stirred him. She said it's not gone, that it's just listening from farther away. Michael was quiet for a long moment. Then he sighed, a sound of profound weariness. Danielle, we have to believe it's over, for our own sanity. Father Archero said it was banished. Anna is better. We have to move on. But what if it wasn't banished? What if it just let go? What if it got what it needed? What could it possibly have needed? Michael asked, his voice edged with frustration. A connection, Danielle said, the truth dawning on her with sickening clarity. It's an absence. It needed a shape, a reference point. It fed on her fear, but maybe it learned from her too. Maybe it learned how to be a little more present in our world. That's crazy, Michael muttered, turning over. We can live like this, jumping at shadows. But Danielle wasn't jumping at shadows. She was staring directly at the nature of the shadow itself. The thing wasn't a demon to be cast out. It was a fundamental condition, a vacuum. And nature abhors a vacuum. It would find a way to fill itself. The next morning, the phone rang. It was Father Douglas. His voice was strained. He asked after Anna, and Danielle gave him the usual, guarded update. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. It's probably nothing, Father Douglas said finally. But Father Archero, he passed away last night. In his sleep, very peaceful. Danielle's grip tightened on the receiver. I am so sorry to hear that. Yes, well, he was very old, Douglas said, but he sounded uncertain. The reason I am calling when the nurse found him, the window in his room was wide open, and his bedside table, the surface was covered in well. It was wet. as if someone had licked it clean. The line hummed with static, a vast, empty sound. Danielle looked out her own kitchen window. The world outside was bright and ordinary, but the quiet between the heartbeats, the silence after Father Douglas' words, was the loudest thing she had ever heard. It was a listening silence, and it was hungry. Danielle placed the phone back in its cradle with a slow, deliberate motion. The plastic click was absurdly loud in the kitchen. Michael was looking at her, a question in his eyes, but she could not form the words. To speak of Father Archero's death, to mention the licked surface, would be to give the silence a new shape, to feed it. She simply shook her head and turned to the sink, running the water to wash a glass that was already clean. The funeral was a small, quiet affair. Father Douglas presided, his hands trembling slightly as he held the Bible. His homily was full of comforting words about a long life of service and a peaceful rest, but his eyes kept darting around the dim church, never settling. After the service, he approached Danielle, his face pale. "There's something else," he murmured, drawing her aside. I've been going through his notes. He knew. He wrote about it. He called it a residual signature. He said a banishing of that magnitude never truly erases the entity. It only severs the primary attachment. The impression it leaves, it lingers, like a stain. A stain on what? Danielle asked, her voice hollow. On the family, on the place, on everyone who was involved. Father Douglas looked over her shoulder at where Michael stood with Anna, who was fidgeting in her little black dress. He wrote that the hunger learns. It finds a crack, and it never forgets the way in. At home, the days took on a new, watchful rhythm. Danielle became an archaeologist of the ordinary, sifting through every moment for signs of erosion. She watched Anna with a relentless, hidden intensity. The child was mostly herself playing, laughing, going to school. But there were moments, a pause that lasted a beat too long before answering a question, a glance towards an empty corner with a flicker of recognition, a drawing she would quickly hide, not of monsters, but of intricate, spiraling patterns that looked like auditory waves or the growth of a strange mold. Michael noticed her vigilance, and it created a new, subtler tension between them. He saw her flinch when the house settled into its nighttime quiet. He saw the way she would suddenly turn up the radio, not for music, but for noise. He called it manufacturing chaos and begged her to stop, to let the house be peaceful. But peace was the enemy. Peace was the medium in which it grew. One evening, Michael, in a bid for normalcy, suggested a board game. They sat around the coffee table, the colorful board a stark contrast to the gloom in Danielle's heart. Anna was winning at snakes and ladders, her giggles echoing in the room. Then the dice fell from her hand and rolled under the sofa. Michael got on his hands and knees to retrieve them. He was under there for a moment too long. When he emerged, his face was ashen. In his hand, he held not just the dice, but a small porcelain figurine, a cherub that had been missing from the mantelpiece for weeks. was covered in a fine, dark dust. "What's this doing under there?" he asked, his voice unnaturally calm. Anna stared at the figurine. "I put it there. It was too loud." Michael's eyes met Danielle's. The unspoken question hung in the air. Too loud. A porcelain figurine. Later, after Anna was in bed, Michael confronted Danielle in the kitchen. What did she mean, too loud? "I don't know," Danielle said, which was both the truth and a lie. "You do know," Michael insisted, his voice rising. "You've known something was still wrong this whole time. This thing. It's not gone, is it?" The dam of his forced optimism finally broke. "It's in my daughter's head. It's not in her head." Danielle shot back, her own fear turning to anger. "It's in the silence, Michael. It's in the air. Father Archero didn't he kill it? He just made it shy." The word fell between them, inadequate and terrifying. Shy. The following weekend, Anna asked if she could have a friend over for a sleepover. Her first since before it all began. Danielle agreed, hoping against hope that the presence of another child, the noise and silliness of a sleepover, would be a tonic. The girl, Lily, arrived with a sleeping bag and excitement. For hours, the house was filled with the sounds Danielle had been craving. Shrieks of laughter, running feet, the blare of a cartoon on the television. She allowed herself to believe. She and Michael ordered pizza, and for a few precious hours, the house felt like a home. At bedtime, the girls built a pillow fort in the living room. Danielle tucked them in, her heart feeling lighter than it had in months. She turned out the main light, leaving them with a small lamp. She was in the kitchen, cleaning up, when she heard it. Not a whisper, not a cry, but a new sound. A low, rhythmic thump, thump, thump. It was coming from the living room. She crept to the doorway. The pillow fort was still. In the dim light, she could see 2 lumps under the blankets. The thumping was slow, deliberate. It was the sound of a small fist pounding softly on the hardwood floor. Then Anna's voice, clear and calm, cut through the quiet. "It's okay, Lily. Don't be scared. It just wants to listen to your heart. It likes the sound. It says your heart is juicy." A moment of silence was followed by a tiny, terrified whimper from Lily. Danielle flicked the light on. Anna was sitting up in her pajamas, looking perfectly serene. Lily was curled into a tight ball, her face buried in a pillow, sobbing quietly. "What's going on?" Danielle asked, her voice trembling. "We were just playing a game," Anna said, smiling. "A listening game. Lily's mother came to pick her up an hour later. She was polite, but cold, her arm wrapped protectively around her trembling daughter. The front door closed, and the house was plunged back into its profound quiet. Michael stood in the hallway, his face a mask of despair. Anna had been sent to her room. The 3 of them were alone with the truth. "It used her," Michael whispered, his voice cracking. "It used our daughter to terrorize another child." Danielle nodded, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. The hope was gone, completely extinguished. This was their life now. They were not a family living in a house. They were a source of sustenance, living in the belly of a quiet, patient hunger. It had not been banished. It had been welcomed. And it was learning, every day, how to better use the voices it had found. The game had changed. It was no longer about fighting a monster. It was about learning to live with the predator that had made a home inside their walls. And worse, inside the fragile, recovering mind of their child. The silence in the hall was no longer empty. It was attentive. It was waiting for their next move. The three of them stood frozen in the hallway, a tableau of defeat. The silence was no longer a passive absence of sound. It was a presence, thick and watchful. Michael finally broke the stillness, his shoulders slumping as he walked to the stairs. He did not go up to Anna S.'s room. He turned and went into the study, closing the door with a soft, definitive click. It was the sound of a man retreating into a fortress of his own making. Danielle was left alone in the hall. She could feel it then, a subtle pressure against her eardrums, the way one feels a change in altitude. It was listening. It was always listening. She looked up the staircase into the darkness of the second floor. Her daughter was up there, a vessel that had been used and was now, perhaps, forever altered. She climbed the stairs, each step an effort. Anna S.'s door was slightly ajar. Danielle pushed it open. Anna was sitting on her bed, clutching her favorite stuffed rabbit. She looked small and frightened, the eerie calm from downstairs completely gone. "Mommy," she whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears. "Is Lily mad at me?" Danielle sat on the edge of the bed. The question was so normal, so childlike, that it broke her heart. "No, honey. She was just scared. I didn't mean to scare her," Anna said, her lower lip trembling. "The quiet man told me it was a fun game. He said he just wanted to hear." Danielle S.'s blood ran cold. The quiet man. Anna nodded, her eyes wide and earnest. "He lives in the corners when the lights are off. He doesn't have a mouth, so he likes it when we make sounds for him." Danielle pulled her daughter into a fierce hug. This was new. Before, it had been a formless emptiness. Now it had a name, a crude identity it had cobbled together from the fear it had consumed. The quiet man. The name was chilling in its simplicity. It was no longer an it. It was a he. The next day, Michael refused to speak about it. He left for work early. Danielle moved through the house like a ghost, her senses heightened to an unbearable degree. She noticed things. A patch of wallpaper in the hallway felt damp to the touch, though there was no leak. The pendulum of the grandfather clock would sometimes stop for exactly 60 seconds before starting its swing again. The house was not just haunted, it was being curated. She called Father Douglas. She told him about the quiet man. The line was silent. For so long, she thought the connection had been lost. "It's anthropomorphizing," he said, his voice weary. "It's learning to interact with us on our terms. This is more advanced than I feared." "What do we do?" Danielle pleaded. "I don't know," he admitted. The rites of the church are predicated on a belief in a spiritual hierarchy, a war between good and evil. This thinget doesn't fit. It is not evil. It is hunger. It is a natural force. How do you fight the wind? How do you banish the dark? That evening, Michael came home with a determined look. He carried a bag from an electronics store. Without a word, he began unpacking small white devices, wireless speakers. He placed one in every room of the house, even the closets. Then he synced them all to his phone and turned on a constant, looping track of ocean waves. There, he said, his jaw set. No more quiet. The sound was relentless, a synthetic simulation of the sea that filled every corner of the house. It was meant to be soothing, but to Danielle, it was a new kind of torment. It was the sound of desperation. Anna covered her ears at dinner, complaining that the noise gave her a headache. For a few days, the constant sound seemed to work. The strange occurrences lessened. The oppressive feeling lifted, replaced by the artificial calm of the ocean track. Michael looked triumphant. He had fought the silence with noise, and he believed he had won. But on the fourth night, Danielle woke to a different sound. It was the ocean track, still playing, but something was wrong. The rhythm was off. The crash of the waves was followed by a gap, a split second of pure, absolute silence before the next wave began. And in that gap, she heard it. A single, wet, percussive sound. A lick. She shook Michael awake. "Listen." He grumbled, but listened. The wave crashed, the silence fell, and the lick came again. It was clearer now, intimate, as if it were right next to the bed. "It is in the track," Michael whispered, his face pale in the gloom. It found a way into the noise. He grabbed his phone and fumbled with the screen, turning off the sound. The sudden, real silence was deafening. And into that silence, from the baby monitor on Anna S. nightstand, came a new sound. It was Anna S. voice, but flattened, stripped of emotion. "The quiet man says thank you for the new game," the voice said. "He says hiding the quiet inside the noise is the most fun of all." Down the hall, they heard their daughter begin to laugh. It was not a child's joyful laugh. It was the sound of empty rooms and hungry, patient things. Michael put his face in his hands. Their war was over. They had not just lost. They had provided the enemy with new weapons. The quiet man was no longer just listening. He was playing. He did not get up to check on her. The sound of that laugh had drained the last of his resolve. Danielle sat beside him, her hand on his back, feeling the tremors that ran through him. They were past fear now, into a numb, gray exhaustion. The house was no longer theirs. It was a playground, and they were the toys. The next morning, Anna came down for breakfast, as if nothing had happened. She ate her cereal, swinging her legs under the chair. She asked if she could go to the park. Danielle watched her, searching for any sign of the thing that had spoken through the monitor. There was nothing. The quiet man was a careful tenant, only revealing himself when it suited his games. Michael left for work without a word, his briefcase clutched like a shield. Danielle cleaned the kitchen, the clatter of dishes a feeble attempt to assert normality. She jumped when the mail slot clattered and envelopes fell onto the floor. Among the bills was a plain, cream-colored envelope with no return address. Her name was written in a precise, elegant hand. Inside was a single sheet of paper. The message was brief. I have read Father Archero's notes. I believe I understand the nature of your predicament. It is not what you think. There may be another way. Please meet me today at 3. The Red Lion Cafe. Ask for Professor Albright. It was not signed. Danielle's first instinct was to throw it away. It smelled of desperation, of the kind of fringe dwellers who gravitated toward stories like theirs. But the phrase, "it is not what you think," echoed in her mind. What did she think? She thought they were doomed. Any alternative, no matter how slim, was a thread to grasp. She called a babysitter, a stern, no-nonsense woman named Mrs. Gable, who asked no questions. At 2:45, Danielle was driving downtown, her hands slick on the steering wheel. The Red Lion was a dim, old-fashioned place with booths of cracked red leather. The hostess nodded when Danielle asked for Professor Albright and led her to a corner table. A man stood up as she approached. He was tall and lean, with a kind, tired face and sharp, intelligent eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. He looked like a retired historian, not a ghost hunter. "Mrs. Rigby," he said, extending his hand. "Thank you for coming. I am Silas Albright." They sat. He ordered tea for both of them without asking. "I was a colleague of Father Archero's many years ago," he began. "We shared an interest in anomalous phenomena. He was a man of faith. I am a man of patterns. He sent me a copy of his notes before he passed." "He is dead," Danielle said flatly. "I know," Albright said, his eyes full of a genuine sadness. "And the manner of his passing confirms my theory. This entity, this quiet man, as your daughter calls it, is not a demon. Demons seek corruption. This thing seeks completion. Completion. It is a psychic fossil," he said, leaning forward. "A fossil of an emotion so primitive, so vast, it attained a kind of consciousness. It is the echo of the first loneliness, Mrs. Rigby. The loneliness of a universe realizing it is empty. It attaches to families, to homes, because it is trying to understand what it is to be connected, to be real." Danielle felt a cold understanding settle over her. It explained why the rites had failed. You couldn't cast out a fundamental law of the universe. So, what do? We can reason with it. No, Albright agreed. But you cannot fight it with noise or with fear. That is like trying to fight the tide. You must change the nature of the connection. It is using your daughter as a lens, focusing its hunger through her. You must change the lens. Hell, it feeds on isolation. It thrives in the spaces between people. You and your husband, you are retreating from each other. Yes. The thing widens the cracks. You must do the opposite. You must become a unit so tight, so interconnected, that it cannot find a point of entry. You must fill the silence not with sound, but with meaning, with love. It sounded beautiful and impossible. Love. How can love fight this? Not as a weapon, Albright said gently. As an environment. Create a world inside your home where it cannot breathe. Every touch, every shared look, every moment of genuine understanding is a barrier to it. It is the anti-loneliness. You must become its opposite. He slid a small, worn notebook across the table. These are exercises. Simple things. Shared meals with no distractions. Looking each other in the eye when you speak. Holding hands. It will feel forced at first, but you must be relentless. You are building a wall, brick by brick. Danielle took the notebook. It felt flimsy, a pathetic defense against the abyss that had taken root in her home. But it was the only defense she had been offered that didn't involve fighting. She drove home, Albright's words echoing in her mind. When she walked in, Mrs. Gable gave her a curt nod and left. The house was quiet, but the ocean track was still off. She found Michael in the living room, staring at a blank television screen. She sat beside him and told him everything. About Albright, about the fossil of loneliness, about the exercises. She expected him to scoff, to call it new age nonsense. Instead, he listened, his eyes fixed on hers. When she finished, he was silent for a long time. Then he reached out and took her hand. His was warm. Hers was still cold. A world where it can breathe, he repeated softly. He looked around the room at the shadows in the corners. Then he looked back at her, and for the first time in months, his gaze was clear and direct. Okay, he said. Let us try. Let us build a world. That night, they ate dinner at the table with no television, no phones. They asked Anna about her day and really listened to her answers. They held hands. It was awkward and strange, like performing a play. But for a few moments, while Anna was describing a ladybug she had seen, Danielle forgot to watch the shadows. She was just looking at her daughter's face. Later, as they got ready for bed, Michael paused at the bedroom door. Do you think it's working? Before Danielle could answer, a small sound came from the monitor. It was not a laugh or a whisper. It was the sound of Anna humming a soft, contented little tune. A lullaby Danielle had sung to her when she was a baby. They stood together, listening. The humming was a tiny, brave sound in the vast quiet of the house. It was not a victory. It was a beginning. The quiet man was still there. They could feel his attention, his cold, curious presence. But for now, he was silent. He was listening to the new sound they were making, the sound of a family remembering how to be one. And for the first time, Danielle wondered if he found the sound confusing, or if, perhaps, he found it a little bit frightening. The next morning, the air in the house felt different. It was not lighter exactly, but the quality of the silence had shifted. It was no longer a predatory stillness waiting to pounce. It felt more like a held breath, a tense and curious observation. The quiet man was assessing the new rules of the game. Anna seemed brighter, her eyes less shadowed. At breakfast, she chattered about her dream, a nonsensical story involving a talking cat and a river of chocolate. Michael listened, nodding along, his coffee growing cold. He reached across the table and squeezed Danielle's hand, a quick, deliberate gesture. It was part of the exercise, but the contact sent a small, genuine spark of warmth through her. The day was a series of conscious, deliberate actions. They built a puzzle together on the living room floor, the three of them on their knees, searching for edge pieces. They took a walk around the block, Michael holding Anna's hand and Danielle linking her arm through his. It felt stiff, like they were actors playing the part of a happy family. But with each forced interaction, a little of the stiffness began to melt away. Anna's laughter, when Michael pretended to be chased by a squirrel, was real. The true test came at dusk. The shadows in the hallway grew long, and the house's familiar creaks and settles seemed to take on a more intentional tone. Anna was in the bath. Danielle was washing her hair, talking softly about the planets, when the bathroom light flickered. Not a dramatic strobe, but a single, deliberate dimming, as if a cloud had passed over the sun. Anna went very still. "He doesn't like it when we ray loud together," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the faucet. Danielle's heart hammered in her chest. This was the moment. To retreat into fear would be to feed it. She forced her voice to remain calm and cheerful. "Well, I like it," she said, rinsing the shampoo from Anna's hair. "And Daddy likes it. And you like it. That's 3 against 1. She waited for a response, for a cold draft, for the water to turn icy. Nothing happened. The light remained steady. Anna relaxed slightly, a tentative smile touching her lips. Later, after Anna was asleep, Michael and Danielle sat on the sofa, a single lamp casting a warm pool of light around them. They didn't turn on the television. They just sat, side by side, not speaking. The silence was there, pressing in at the edges of the light, but it felt held at bay. Danielle rested her head on Michael's shoulder, and he put his arm around her. It was the first time they had touched like that, without agenda, in what felt like a year. "Do you think it's enough?" Michael murmured into her hair. "I don't know," Danielle said honestly, "but it has something." It was then that they heard the faintest of sounds from the kitchen. It wasn't a threatening noise. It was a simple, clear, single note. The sound of a wine glass being gently tapped by a fingernail. Michael tensed. Danielle lifted her head. They looked at each other, a silent question passing between them. This was new. It wasn't an imitation or a manipulation. It was a communication. Slowly, holding hands, they rose and walked to the kitchen doorway. The room was dark except for the glow of the stove clock. Their 2 wine glasses from dinner stood on the counter. One of them had a hairline crack running down its side. As they watched, A faint, shimmering tone emanated from the cracked glass, as if an invisible force was testing its resonance. Then it stopped. The kitchen was silent again, but the message was clear. Their togetherness was having an effect. It was not driving the thing away. It was forcing it to change its tactics. The quiet man was no longer just listening to their hearts. He was trying to learn how to make music of his own, and the instrument he had chosen was the fragility of their own home. The cracked glass stood as a stark, delicate monument in the dark kitchen. Danielle found she could not look away from the fine, spiderweb line marring its surface. It was a perfect symbol of their situation, beautiful and fundamentally broken. The quiet man was no longer content to be a spectator. He was becoming a critic, commenting on the very substance of their lives. Michael's grip on her hand tightened. "It's toying with us," he whispered, his voice thick with a fresh wave of dread. "This is just another game." "Maybe," Danielle replied, her own voice surprisingly steady. "But it's a different game. Before, the game was to make us afraid of each other. Now it's reacting to us." She looked at him, at the fear and exhaustion etched on his face in the dim light. "Albright said we have to change the environment. That's what we're doing. It's just adjusting." They returned to the living room, but the fragile peace of the evening was shattered. The single, clear note from the glass had been more unnerving than any disembodied laugh or whisper. It was intelligent. It was assessing the quality of their bond, probing for weaknesses with a terrifying precision. The following days became a strange domestic siege. They maintained their routine of forced connection, but every shared laugh was followed by a glance toward the shadows. Every moment of quiet tenderness punctuated by the dread of what new sound might come. The house itself seemed to be recalibrating. The damp patch on the wallpaper dried up, but the grandfather clock now chimed 13 times at midnight before falling silent. The quiet man was demonstrating his control over the very fabric of their reality, showing them that their world was his to reshape. One afternoon, Danielle was helping Anna with a drawing at the kitchen table. Anna was concentrating, her small tongue poking out as she colored a purple sun. The only sound was the scratch of crayon on paper. Then, a faint melody began to drift from the living room. It was the tune of Anna's lullaby, the one she had hummed, but played now on the wind chimes that hung unused on the back porch. The notes were thin and discordant, spaced too far apart, as if played by someone who had only heard the song once and was trying to remember it. Anna looked up, her eyes wide. "He's singing my song," she said, not with fear, but with a strange, solemn curiosity. Danielle's blood ran cold. This was the next step. It was not just testing objects anymore. It was trying to replicate their emotions, their comforts. It was learning to counterfeit the very things they were using as a shield. That night, she called Professor Albright. She told him about the glass, the clock, the wind chimes. She expected reassurance, but his silence on the other end of the line was profound. "It is learning at an accelerated rate," he said finally, his voice grave. "You are providing it with a rich source of data. The connection is deepening. Deepening. I thought we were supposed to be pushing it out. You are, in a sense. But imagine a creature that has only ever known cold, trying to understand fire. It must get closer to be burned, or to comprehend the heat. Your family's warmth is a phenomenon it is desperate to analyze. It is moving beyond simple hunger. It is developing an appreciation. An appreciation, Danielle echoed, horrified. A poor choice of words. A fascination. A desire to understand the source of the energy that is causing it such discomfort. This is uncharted territory, Mrs. Rigby. Father Archero's notes mentioned nothing like this. What do we do? She asked, the question becoming a desperate mantra. You must not stop. You must become more consistent, more authentic. Any falseness, any lapse into the old isolation will be a crack it can exploit. It is studying love. You must ensure it only sees the real thing. When she hung up, she felt more alone than ever. They were under a microscope, their every gesture and emotion being dissected by an invisible, alien intelligence. The pressure to perform, to be a perfect, loving family every second of the day, was immense. Michael was in the garage, attempting to fix a broken lawnmower. She found him staring at the engine, a wrench hanging limply in his hand. He wasn't working, he was hiding. It trying to copy Anna's lullaby, she said from the doorway. He didn't turn around. I know, I heard it. His shoulders slumped. Danielle, I can think about holding your hand or looking into your eyes when that thing is out there composing symphonies with our lives. It feels like a sick joke. It's the only thing we have left, she said, her voice breaking. He finally turned to look at her, and the raw anguish in his eyes stole her breath. Is it? Or are we just putting on a better show for it? More interesting sounds for the quiet man to collect. The question hung in the air, toxic and unanswerable. It was the doubt the entity fed on. As they stood there, separated by the few feet of the garage, a sound drifted down from the house. It was the sound of two distinct sets of footsteps walking in perfect unison across the floor above them. One was heavy, like Michael S. The other was light. Like Anna S., they walked together, a perfect imitation of a father and daughter, pacing in the empty rooms. The imitation was a mockery. It was the quiet man's answer to Michael S.'s despair. It was showing them it could wear their faces, their rhythms, their relationships. It could become them if it wanted to. Michael dropped the wrench. It clattered on the concrete floor, the noise stark and final. He walked past Danielle without a word and back into the house. She heard him climb the stairs, his steps heavy and real, interrupting the phantom ones. She stayed in the garage, surrounded by the smell of oil and gasoline, and felt the walls of their carefully constructed world beginning to crack. The quiet man wasn't just playing music anymore. He was learning to dance, and he was inviting them to join him. The phantom footsteps ceased the moment Michael's real ones reached the top of the stairs. The house fell into a watchful silence, broken only by the frantic thumping of Danielle's heart. She leaned against the workbench, the cold metal seeping through her shirt. The entity was no longer just a presence in their home. It was becoming a perverse reflection of their family, learning to mimic their forms and interactions with chilling accuracy. The thought of it upstairs, wearing their likenesses like costumes, made her stomach turn. She forced herself to go inside. The air in the kitchen was still. The cracked glass on the counter seemed to gleam under the overhead light. She climbed the stairs, each step an effort. She found Michael standing in the doorway of Anna's room. Their daughter was asleep, her breathing deep, and even one hand curled under her chin. Michael was staring at her as if he could see through the veil of sleep to the invisible thing that had been pacing beside her bed. "It's in here with her," he said, his voice a low rasp. "It's always in here with her. We can let it separate us," Danielle said, repeating Albright's warning like a prayer. She came to stand beside him, their arms not touching. The space between them felt charged, a gap the quiet man could easily widen. "It already has," Michael replied, but he didn't move away. He just kept watching Anna sleep. How do we fight something that becomes us? The next morning, Anna had no memory of the footsteps. She was quiet at breakfast, pushing her cereal around the bowl. "The quiet man was sad last night," she announced, without looking up. Danielle and Michael exchanged a glance. "Sad?" Danielle asked carefully. "He was humming my song, but it was all wrong. It made him sad that he couldn't get it right." She finally looked at her mother, her eyes clear and serious. "He wants to sing it properly." The statement was more terrifying than any threat. The entity was not just mimicking. It was experiencing something akin to emotion. It was developing a desire for authenticity, for a correct performance of the very human connections it was threatening to destroy. They were not just building a wall against it. They were teaching it what it meant to be human. The day passed with a new, heightened tension. Their attempts at connection felt more fragile than ever. When Michael helped Anna with her shoes, his hands were clumsy. When Danielle read her a story, her voice sounded brittle and false to her own ears. They were hyper-aware of every gesture, every word, knowing it was being studied and judged. As evening drew in, Danielle insisted they continue as planned. They played a board game at the kitchen table. It was Monopoly, a game that usually ended in mock arguments and laughter. Tonight, the dice rolls sounded too loud, the movement of the pieces like declarations in the tense quiet. Anna landed on Michael's hotel on Boardwalk. He feigned a triumphant grin, but it didn't reach his eyes. Suddenly, the plastic hotel piece on the board began to vibrate. It didn't fall over. It just shivered in place, emitting a low, buzzing hum. Then, the thimble, Anna's token, slowly slid of its own accord from its spot on Illinois Avenue to a different square, Park Place, as if making a strategic move. Anna stared at the board, her lower lip trembling. "He wants to play," she whispered. Michael S.'s face went pale. He reached out and swept his arm across the board, sending money and plastic houses clattering to the floor. "No," he said, his voice shaking with rage and fear. "This is our game. Ours." The moment the words left his mouth, the kitchen light flickered violently. A cold wind, smelling of dust and forgotten spaces, whipped through the room, rustling the scattered play money. From the living room came a sound that was neither a footstep nor a melody. It was a dry, rustling sound, like pages turning very fast. It was the sound of the quiet man withdrawing, offended by Michael S.'s outburst. But it was also a sound of immense, gathering focus. The air grew still again. The light stabilized. Anna was crying silently. Michael had his head in his hands. Danielle looked at the wreckage of the game on the floor and knew that anger, however justified, was a form of isolation. It was a crack, and the quiet man had just learned what it looked like when their family unit fractured. It had learned about anger. It was adding another emotion to its collection. The three of them cleaned the mess in a heavy, defeated silence. No one suggested another game. They moved through the bedtime routine like automatons, their actions careful and hollow. After Anna was asleep, Danielle and Michael retreated to their bedroom, closing the door as if it could offer any real protection. They did not speak. The space between them in the bed felt like a chasm. Danielle lay awake for hours, listening. The house was quieter than it had ever been, a deep, listening silence that felt like the calm before a storm. She replayed the scene at the table, Michael S.'s furious sweep of his arm. He had drawn a line, but in doing so, he had shown the entity exactly where their breaking point was. Just before dawn, she heard it. A soft, rhythmic sound from the other side of the bedroom door. It was not footsteps. It was the sound of someone sweeping, a broom brushing gently back and forth across the hallway floor. It was a domestic, comforting sound, utterly perverted by the context. It was the sound of the quiet man cleaning up the mess Michael had made, performing an act of mock care. It was showing them it could wear the mask of a dutiful partner, too. Danielle squeezed her eyes shut, tears leaking onto the pillow. This was the new phase. It was no longer just imitating their forms or their music. It was starting to imitate their roles within the family. The entity was trying on their lives, searching for a fit. The next day, Michael called in sick to work. He looked haggard, his eyes haunted. Over coffee, he admitted he had heard the sweeping. "It's trying to parent us," he said, the words tasting foul. "It's trying to show me how it's done." The idea was so grotesque, it was almost laughable. But it wasn't funny. It was a fundamental invasion, a violation of the most basic structures of their lives. Their defiance, their togetherness, was not repelling it. It was educating it, making it a more sophisticated predator. Professor Albright was alarmed when Danielle called him. Imitating protective, nurturing behavior is a significant escalation, he said, his voice tight with worry. It suggests it is attempting to insert itself into the family dynamic, to become a necessary part of the system it is haunting. You must not allow it to perform any service, real or imagined. You must reclaim every action. That afternoon, Danielle deliberately dropped a glass in the kitchen. It shattered on the tiles. Before the last shard had settled, she was on her knees with a dustpan and brush. "I'll clean it up," she said loudly, firmly, addressing the empty room. "This is my job. This is my home." She expected a response, a flickering light, a cold spot. Nothing happened. But she felt a shift in the air, a subtle resistance, as if she had taken back a toy from a petulant child. The battle became a series of these small, exhausting reclamations. Michael fixed the squeaky hinge on the back door, announcing, "I'm the one who fixes things here." Danielle read Anna an extra story at bedtime, her voice firm and clear, stating, "I am her mother. I tell the stories." They were constantly defining their roles, reinforcing the walls of their identity, while the quiet man watched and learned. A week after the Monopoly incident, Danielle was gardening in the backyard, pulling weeds with a ferocity that was about more than tidiness. Anna was playing with her dolls on the patio, conducting a quiet conversation for them. Danielle paused, wiping sweat from her brow, and watched her daughter. Anna's play was calm, absorbed. For a moment, everything felt almost normal. Then Anna looked up, not at Danielle, but at the empty space beside her. She held out a doll. "You can have this one," she said softly. "She's a good listener." Danielle's blood went cold. "Anna, who are you talking to?" Anna turned to her, her expression serene. "The quiet lady. She's sad. She says the quiet man is very loud today." Danielle dropped her trowel. The world tilted. A quiet lady. There was another one. The fascination, the learning, the imitation, it hadn't been a deepening of a single connection. It had been an invitation. Their family's struggle had not just drawn the attention of one entity. It had created a resonance, a signal that something new had heard. And it had come to see what all the fuss was about. Danielle stood frozen, the sun warm on her back, but a deeper cold settling in her bones. A quiet lady. The words echoed, simple and devastating. They had been so focused on the quiet man, on his escalating mimicry, that the possibility of another presence had never occurred to them. This wasn't an escalation. It was an infestation. "Anna," Danielle said, her voice a strained whisper. She forced her legs to move, walking slowly toward her daughter, as if approaching a mirage that might shatter. "What does the quiet lady look like?" Anna shrugged, turning the doll over in her hands. "She's like a shadow, but nice. She doesn't like the noises he makes." "Where is she now?" Danielle knelt, trying to catch Anna's eye, to impress upon her the gravity of the question. Anna pointed a finger toward the old oak tree at the end of the yard. "She's standing over there. She's watching you." Danielle's gaze snapped to the tree. There was nothing but the dappled shade beneath its branches. Yet the space seemed to hold a density, a stillness more profound than the rest of the yard. She saw nothing, but a primal part of her brain screamed that something was there, observing them with a patience that made the quiet man's antics seem impulsive and childish. She scooped Anna into her arms, ignoring her squeal of protest, and hurried inside. She found Michael in the living room, staring blankly at a book he wasn't reading. "Michael," she said, her voice trembling. "Anna says there's a quiet lady." He looked up, confusion etching lines on his face. What? What are you talking about?" "She's here, in the yard. Anna just spoke to her." The words tumbled out. "She says the lady is sad, and that she doesn't like the quiet man." The color drained from Michael's face. He stood up, the book falling to the floor with a thud. "Another one? How? Why?" "Albright said we were creating a resonance. We must have attracted something else." The theory felt flimsy and horrifyingly plausible. Their family had become a beacon in the dark, and now another ship was drawing near. As if on cue, the temperature in the room dropped sharply. The familiar oppressive weight of the quiet man's presence filled the air, but it was different now. It felt agitated, competitive. A low growl, a sound of pure static and malice, emanated from the walls. It was a warning. In the same instant, from the kitchen, came a different sound, a soft, melodic hum. It was the lullaby again, but this time the notes were perfectly in tune, the rhythm gentle and soothing. It was a flawless, beautiful rendition. It was the quiet lady's answer. The two sounds clashed in the air of their home, the aggressive static growl and the serene, unnerving hum. They weren't just haunting the house anymore. They were having a conversation, and the Rigby family was the subject. Michael grabbed Danielle's arm. They're reacting to each other. This is a territory dispute. The humming from the kitchen grew slightly louder, a deliberate counterpoint to the fading static. A sense of cold, calculated calm began to push back against the quiet man's rage. For a fleeting second, the oppressive dread that had been their constant companion lessened, replaced by an eerie, watchful tranquility. It was not peace. It was the stillness of two predators sizing each other up. Anna, still in Danielle's arms, looked toward the kitchen. "She's making him be quiet," she whispered, a hint of awe in her voice. Danielle and Michael looked at each other, a new, unthinkable understanding passing between them. They were no longer just a family under siege. They were the prize in a war between invisible forces. Their love had been a shield against one. But what was it to two? Their home had become a battleground, and the fight for its soul had just begun. The standoff lasted for a minute that felt like an hour. The two presences held their ground. A silent war waged in the medium of temperature and sound. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. The static growl cut off. The perfect humming ceased. The house returned to a state of neutral, watchful silence, but the air was charged with a new tension. It was the aftermath of a confrontation, a temporary and fragile truce. Michael was the first to move. He walked to the kitchen doorway and peered in. The room was empty. The cracked glass on the counter was the only evidence of the earlier turmoil. He turned back to Danielle, his face a mask of grim realization. "We can't stay here," he said. "This is beyond us now. It's beyond Albright." "Where would we go?" Danielle asked, her voice hollow. She still held Anna tightly. "If they're attached to us, to this place, they'll just follow. And if they're not, then leaving might be the crack that lets them both in completely." The logic was inescapable. They were trapped not just by the entities, but by the rules of a game they never agreed to play. Fleeing was a form of isolation. Staying meant being the focal point of a conflict they couldn't understand. For the rest of the day, the house was unnervingly calm. The quiet man was subdued, his presence a sullen buzz in the background. The quiet lady was more subtle, an occasional cool draft or a faint, almost floral scent that would appear and vanish. A calling card that was both less threatening and more insidious. She was presenting herself as the gentler option, the protector. At dinner, Anna ate her food without a word. She seemed to be listening to something only she could hear. Finally, she put down her fork. "The loud one is hiding in the walls," she announced. "The nice one is in the garden. She says the flowers are thirsty." Danielle and Michael stared at her. This was the new, terrible normal. Their daughter was the interpreter for the warring spirits in their home. Later that night, as Danielle was checking the locks on the doors, she saw it. A shadow by the oak tree, taller and slimmer than any natural shadow the moon could cast. It didn't move. It simply stood, a silhouette of profound stillness, observing the house. The quiet lady was showing herself, or at least a version of herself. It was an invitation. A hand on her shoulder made her jump. It was Michael. He had seen it too. "Don't," he whispered. "Don't acknowledge it." "But what if she can help?" Danielle heard herself say. The thought was treasonous, but it was there, seated by the contrast between the quiet man's rage and the lady's apparent calm. "What if she's here to stop him?" "That's what she wants us to think," Michael said, his voice strained. "She's not a person, Danielle. She's a thing. She's studying us just like he is. She's just using a different tactic." He was right, of course. But as Danielle turned away from the window, she couldn't shake the feeling that they had just been given a choice. And she had no idea which option would destroy them faster: to be tormented by one monster, or to be protected by another. The battle lines were drawn, and their family was standing directly in the middle. Story 2. The chair is empty. It has always been empty, I suppose, but now its emptiness is a different quality of thing. It is a throne of absence. I built it myself last spring from plans I found in an old magazine, sanding the pale birch wood until it was smooth as skin, fitting the dowels with a gentle tap of a mallet, staining it the deep, warm brown of rich earth. A nursing chair they called it. A rocker. It was meant to be a place of quiet communion, of lullabies hummed into the soft crown of a baby head, of the gentle, rhythmic creak that would be the soundtrack to our newfound peace. Now, it just sits by the window in Kyle's room, and its stillness is a noise all its own, a high-pitched silence that vibrates in the back teeth. I can still see Alois in it, or the ghost of her, the way she was in those first few weeks after we brought Kyle home. The lamplight would catch the fine, flyaway hairs that escaped her ponytail, turning them into a frizz of gold. She would be curled into the curve of the wood, Kyle a tiny, sleeping weight in the crook of her arm, and she would rock, just slightly, a barely perceptible motion, her eyes fixed on something beyond the glass, beyond the reflection of our perfect, new life tableau. I thought it was contentment. I thought the faraway look in her eyes was just the natural distance a mother travels, orbiting a new sun. I was a fool. The chair knew better. It held her secrets in its grain. It absorbed the salt of tears I never saw her shed, the tension in her spine that I mistook for fatigue. It was the first thing I saw when I opened the door to the nursery, and it is the last thing I see when I close my eyes at night. Not my son, not my wife. The chair. The horror did not arrive with a bang, but with a smell. It was a Thursday, the kind of bland, inoffensive day that tragedy prefers. I had just put Kyle down for his afternoon nap. He was 6 months old, a creature of pure delight, with his mother's serious gray eyes, and a laugh that sounded like tiny bells. I remember the specific weight of him, the solid, warm heft of a healthy baby, as I laid him in his crib. I remember the way his fist closed around my thumb, a final, sleepy anchor before letting go. I kissed his forehead, breathing in the clean, powdery scent of him, and tiptoed out, leaving the door ajar just enough to hear him if he stirred. I found Alois in the kitchen. She was standing very still, her back to me, staring at the sink. The air was thick with the smell of copper pennies, and something else, something sweetly rotten, like overripe fruit left to bake in the sun. Alois, she didn't turn. Her shoulders were rigid. "There's a stain," she said, her voice flat, devoid of its usual music. "I can get it out." I moved closer. The stainless steel basin was spotless. "Honey, there's nothing there." "It's in the drain," she insisted, her knuckles white where she gripped the counter's edge. "It keeps coming up. Can't you smell it?" I could. The metallic tang was so strong it coated my tongue. I leaned over the sink, peering into the dark circle of the drain. Nothing, just dampness. But the smell was undeniable, a physical presence in the room. I put a hand on her arm, and she flinched as if my touch were a brand. "It's okay," I said, the words feeling stupid and inadequate. "Maybe it's the garbage disposal. I'll run it with some lemon." She finally turned to look at me, and her eyes were the eyes of the woman in the rocking chair, distant and full of a knowledge I could not fathom. "It one tea help," she whispered. "It's coming from deeper down." That was the first omen. The second was the sound. A few nights later, I was jerked from a deep sleep by a noise. It wasn't Kyle crying. It was a wet, clicking sound, like a tongue detaching from the roof of a mouth, or a heavy bolt being slid slowly, carefully, into its housing. It came from the nursery. My heart was a frantic bird in a cage of bone. I slid out of bed, careful not to wake Alois, but her side was cold and empty. The clicking stopped the moment my feet touched the floor. I found her in the rocking chair. She wasn't rocking. She was perfectly motionless, her profile a pale cutout against the dark window. Kyle was asleep in his crib, his chest rising and falling in a peaceful rhythm. Alois, I whispered. She didn't acknowledge me. Her gaze was fixed on Kyle, but it wasn't a mother-esque gaze. It was the look of a scientist observing a specimen, a jeweler appraising a stone. There was a calculation in it that froze the blood in my veins. Did you hear something? I asked. Her head turned slowly, so slowly. The streetlight outside caught the gleam of her pupils. Hear what, Gareth? Her voice was a monotone. It's just the house settling. Go back to sleep. I wanted to believe her. I wanted so desperately to believe that the smell was a faulty pipe, and the sound was the house settling, and the look in her eyes was just the strange, hormonal fog of new motherhood. I built my life on the foundation of wanting to believe. A perfect house in a neighborhood with old, shading trees. A good job that paid the mortgage. A beautiful wife. A healthy son. These were the bricks of my contentment, and I would not let a few cracks spoil the view. The cracks, however, have a way of spreading. A week after the clicking sound, I came home early from work. The house was silent in a way that felt deliberate, a held breath. I called out for Alois, but there was no answer. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I took the stairs 2 at a time, my dress shoes loud on the hardwood. The door to the nursery was closed. I never closed it. I always left it ajar. I pushed it open. The room was dim, the blinds drawn. The only light came from the small, star-shaped nightlight plugged into the wall. Alois was in the rocking chair. She was rocking now, a fast, frantic rhythm, the runners thumping a staccato beat against the floor. She was humming, a tuneless, buzzing sound that was nothing like a lullaby. It was the sound of a trapped fly against a window pane, and Kyle was in her arms, but he was too still. His face was pressed into her shoulder. I couldn't see if he was breathing. Alois, I said, my voice strangled. The rocking stopped. The humming stopped. The silence that rushed in was deafening. She turned her head, and her face was a mask of serene blankness. He was fussing, she said. I am soothing him. I crossed the room in 3 strides, and gently, oh so gently, pried my son from her arms. His body was limp, his skin cool to the touch. For a heart-stopping second, I felt nothing. Then, a faint, shallow breath whispered against my neck. Relief washed over me, so potent it made me dizzy. I held him close, his small heartbeat a fragile counter-rhythm to my own galloping terror. Give him to me, Alois said. It wasn't a request. It was a command, flat and cold. "No," I said, and the word felt like a declaration of war. Her expression did not change. She simply stood up from the chair and walked out of the room. I heard her footsteps descend the stairs. I stood there for a long time, holding my son, listening to the empty house. The rocking chair was still, but I could have sworn I felt it watching me. The next day, I found the first book. It was tucked under a stack of linens in the hall closet, a thick, old volume bound in what felt like dried, brittle leather. There was no title on the cover. Inside, the pages were filled with dense, handwritten script and intricate, unsettling illustrations. Drawings of figures with too many joints, of trees that bore fruit like screaming faces, of wells that descended into blackness. And there were passages about children, about how their innocence was a currency, their life force a nectar, about ancient things that fed on it, that could be invited in, nurtured by a willing vessel. A mother, desperate to keep her child safe from a world she perceived as rotten, might make a bargain. She would offer the child's purity to something older than decay in exchange for its protection. But the protection was a consumption. It would live in the child, a quiet tenant, until it was strong enough to take possession of the gift entirely. My blood turned to ice. I thought of the smell, the clicking sound, the distant look in Alois's eyes. I thought of her whispering to Kyle, not lullabies, but promises, or invitations. I confronted her that evening. I showed her the book. Her face, for a fleeting second, showed a crack in the armor, a flash of fear, of recognition. Then it was gone, replaced by a wall of cold fury. "Where did you get this?" she hissed, snatching the book from my hands. "What have you done, Alois?" My voice broke. "What have you done to our son?" She looked at me with a pity so profound it was worse than hatred. "You think you can build a wall high enough to keep the world out, Gareth. You think love is enough. It's not. The world gets in. It's full of teeth. I found a better way. I found a guardian for him, something the world fears. A guardian," I choked out. "That book, it talks about consumption, about possession. It's a symbiosis," she said, her eyes gleaming with a fervent, terrifying light. "He will be safe. Forever. He will never know pain, never know loss. He will be part of something vast and ancient." "UV poisoned him," I whispered. "IV saved him," she corrected me. "From you. From your fragile human love, from everything." That was the last real conversation we ever had. The betrayal was not an affair, not a financial deceit. It was a metaphysical treason. She had mortgaged our son's soul to a darkness I could not comprehend. And she believed, with every fiber of her being, that she was right. The following days were a slow-motion nightmare. Alois became a ghost in the house, drifting from room to room, her presence a cold spot. Kyle began to change. His laughter lost its bell-like quality, becoming a dry, rattling sound. His gray eyes, once so clear, seemed to have a film over them, like old water. Sometimes, when I held him, I felt a subtle, wrong movement under his skin, a squirming sensation that was not the wriggling of a healthy baby. It was the feeling of something rearranging itself inside him. I stopped sleeping. I spent my nights sitting on the floor of the nursery, my back against the wall, watching the crib. The rocking chair sat opposite me, a silent accomplice. One night, I must have dozed off. I was woken by a sound from the crib, a gurgling, wet sound. I scrambled to my feet and looked in. Kyle was awake. He was staring at the mobile turning slowly above him. But his stare was wrong. It was too focused, too aware. And then he turned his head, those clouded eyes fixing on me. His mouth opened, but the sound that came out was not a baby-esque coo. It was the same wet, deliberate click I had heard weeks before. Click, click, click. It was a language, and it was coming from my son's throat. I stumbled back, a sob catching in my chest. I fled the room, down the stairs, out the front door into the cool night air. I stood on the lawn, gasping, the world spinning around me. My perfect life was a shell, and something was chewing its way out from the inside. I could not go to the police. What would I say? My wife has given my son to a folk demon. They would take him away, yes, but they would put him in a system. They would study him, and all the while the thing inside him would be growing. Alois was right about one thing. The world was not equipped for this. I was on my own. I began to haunt the hidden corners of the city. I spent my days in the dusty silence of forgotten archives, in the back rooms of occult bookshops that smelled of mildew and despair. I sought out those who trafficked in the unseen. I found a man who called himself Alistair, who lived in an apartment piled high with yellowed newspapers and the skeletons of small animals. His eyes were milky with cataracts, but he saw things clear enough. The unswaddled, he whispered, his voice like the rustle of dead leaves. It is an old hunger. It does not take by force. It must be invited. A mother's love is the key that opens the door. She offers the child as a cradle, a safe house for the hunger, until it is strong enough to wear the child's skin as its own. How do I get it out? I begged, my hands gripping the edge of his grimy table. He shook his head. You cannot unbake the bread. You cannot unsay the word. The mother's invitation is a permanent thing. The bond is sealed with her devotion. To break it. To break it what? He looked through me, into some private horror. To break it, you must break the mother. You must sever the tether of love. But if the thing has grown strong, the severing may kill the child. The vessel cannot survive without its anchor or its occupant. I left his apartment, the weight of his words crushing me. Break the mother. Sever the love. It was an impossible equation. My love for Kyle was the very thing that made me powerless. I returned home as the sun was setting. The house was dark. I knew, even before I stepped inside, that it was over. The air was different, thinner, colder. I walked up the stairs, each step an eternity. The door to the nursery was open. Alois was on the floor, curled into a fetal position. She was sobbing great, ragged sobs that shook her whole body. The rocking chair was splintered. As if struck by a tremendous force, the beautiful birch wood shattered into jagged pieces, and the crib was empty. I rushed to it, my hands gripping the rails. The little mattress was dented where his body had been. The scent of him, that pure, powdery smell, was gone, replaced by the copperpenny, rotten fruit stench, now so overpowering it made my eyes water. Where is he? I screamed at Alois. She looked up at me, and her face was a ruin of grief and terror. It took him, she choked out. It needed a stronger vessel. It has gone. It walked him right out of here. What do you mean, it walked him? He had stood up, she whispered, her eyes wide with the memory. He stood up in his crib. He was too young to stand. But he did. And he looked at me. And he smiled a smile that had too many teeth. Then he just climbed out. He walked to the door. He turned and he said, "Thank you for the cradle, Mother." And then he was gone. I stared at her. The horror so completed was almost peaceful. The thing had matured. It had worn my son S. skin out into the world. Kyle was gone, and in his place was a monster. A perfect, hidden monster, gifted to an unsuspecting world by the woman who loved him too much. I did not help Alois up. I did not say a word. I turned and walked out of the nursery. I walked down the stairs. I walked out the front door. I left it open behind me. I walk now. I walk through the city streets, through the crowds of people who hurry past, oblivious. I look at every child I see, searching their eyes for a film, for a knowledge that does not belong. I listen for a wet, clicking sound beneath their laughter. I have become a ghost, haunting the world for the son I lost, for the monster I must find. But I know, in the silent, screaming center of my being, that I will not find him. The horror is not in a confrontation. The horror is in the walking away. The horror is in the knowledge that the worst things are not the ones that chase you, but the ones you love so dearly that you invite them right in and give them a chair to sit in and a child to hold. I just keep walking. I never look back. There's nothing left for me there, only the memory of a chair and the terrible, echoing silence of its empty space. The soles of my shoes are thin now. I can feel every crack in the pavement, every piece of gravel, as if the city is whispering its own rough truths up through the leather. The seasons have turned without my notice. The crisp air of that first terrible night has been replaced by a humid summer thickness that smells of exhaust and fried food, a welcome assault after the cloying sweetness of my own home. I sleep in a hostel near the river, a place that stinks of bleach and hopelessness. I fit right in. My days have a terrible rhythm. I haunt playgrounds. I sit on benches with a newspaper I never read and watch children on the swings. I listen to their shouts, their cries, their simple human squabbles. I am looking for a child who does not squabble, a child whose movements are too economical, whose eyes are too still, a child who might, in an unguarded moment, make a sound That is not a sound a child should make. A week ago I saw him, or I thought I did, a boy about 3 years old with hair the color of wheat. He was standing at the edge of the sandbox, not playing, just watching the other children with an expression of detached assessment. His mother was on a phone call, oblivious. The boy turned his head, and for a second I saw the profile. My heart seized. It was Kyle S. Nose, Kyle S. Chin. I stood up, my paper falling to the ground. I took a step forward, then another. The boy sensed my movement and looked directly at me. His eyes were not gray. They were a plain, ordinary brown. He blinked, his lip trembled, and he ran to his mother, burying his face in her legs. She glared at me over her phone, a shield of maternal suspicion. I muttered an apology and stumbled away, the hope and the horror curdling in my stomach. It was not him. It was just a child. I am becoming the monster I hunt, a specter that frightens children in parks. I went back to Alastair S. apartment yesterday. I needed to know if there was more, any fragment of lore I had missed. The building was quiet. The door to his apartment was ajar. I pushed it open, the smell of decay now overwhelming. But it was not the smell of old newspapers. It was the smell of meat left out in the sun. Alastair was in his chair. His milky eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. His mouth was slack. There was nothing overtly violent about the scene, but the air in the room was wrong. It was cold and still, like the air in a tomb. On the table in front of him, arranged neatly amid the clutter of bones and books, was a single object, a small wooden star painted yellow. It was identical to the nightlight in Kyle S. nursery. I did not touch it. I backed out of the room, my breath catching in my throat. It was a message. It knew I was looking. It knew I had been here. And it was letting me know that it was watching me too. The hunt was not one-sided. Tonight, the rain comes down in sheets. I am sheltered in the doorway of a closed butcher shop, the smell of raw meat from within mixing with the wet asphalt of the street. A woman hurries past, pulling a small child by the hand under a large umbrella. The child, a little girl in a bright red raincoat, slips on the wet pavement and falls. She lets out a wail of shock and pain. The woman stops, her face a mask of frustration. "Get up," she snaps, yanking the girl's arm. I don't have time for this. The child continues to cry, a raw, genuine sound. And in that moment, I see it. A flicker of something in the woman's eyes. Not frustration, but a cold, sharp disgust. A rejection of the child's messy, human need. It is a look I recognize. It is the same look I saw in Alois's eyes when she spoke of the world's teeth. It is the look of someone who finds the vulnerability of love to be an unbearable weakness. The woman drags the sobbing child away into the rain-swept night. I stay in the doorway, the cold seeping through my clothes. I have been asking the wrong question. I have been looking for the child, but the child is just the vessel, the occupied house. The real horror, the source of the infection, is not the thing that was invited in. It is the invitation itself. It is the despair that leads a person to make that bargain. The unswaddled did not just take my son. It found a home in him because a crack of perfect, loving despair had already been opened in my wife. And that kind of despair is not rare. It is everywhere. It is in the tired eyes of the mother on the playground, scrolling through her phone. It is in the sharp voice of the woman in the rain. It is a quiet epidemic. The thing that took Kyle is not a singular monster. It is a symptom, a parasite that feeds on a specific, modern sickness of the soul. I am not just hunting for my son anymore. I am bearing witness to the countless ways love can curdle into something terrible. I am tracing the outlines of the empty spaces left behind. And I know, with a certainty that finally stills my frantic heart, that I will find what remains of Kyle not by chasing a ghost, but by following the trail of broken love. The chair in the nursery was just the beginning. The whole world is full of empty chairs now, and I have to learn to sit in the silence of every single one. The rain let up, leaving the city gleaming under the sulphurous glow of the streetlights. The woman and the child in the red raincoat were gone, but the imprint of that moment remained, a fresh stain on my consciousness. I pushed myself away from the butcher shop doorway and started walking again, but my direction had changed. I was no longer drifting. I had a purpose, grim and terrible as it was. I needed to find others like Alois. Not the victims, not the possessed children, but the architects of the emptiness. The ones who had opened the door. If Alistair was dead, there had to be others who knew about the unswaddled, others who had sought its protection or studied its kind. They would be hidden, terrified, or perhaps already consumed by their own choices. They were the map to the territory I now had to navigate. I remembered a name, muttered by Alistair in one of his more lucid moments. A woman, Dr. Rosenthal. She had been an academic, an anthropologist who delved into folklore about child-rearing practices and protective spirits before she abruptly left the university. Alistair had said she knew the price of such protections. Her address was in a worn notebook I had kept, now damp in my pocket. Her house was on the quiet, tree-lined fringe of the city, a place of faded gentility. The garden was overgrown, and a single light burned behind a drawn shade on the first floor. I stood at the gate, hesitating. What was I going to say? That my wife invited a hunger into my son, and I think you might know something about it. I knocked. The silence that followed was long enough to make me think she was not home, or would not answer. Then I heard the slow turn of a lock. The door opened a crack, secured by a chain. One eye, sharp and intelligent, peered out at me from a face etched with deep lines. Yes, her voice was dry, precise. Dr. Rosenthal. My name is Gareth. Alistair sent me. It was a gamble, using the name of a dead man. The eye blinked. A flicker of something fear, recognition passed through it. Alistair is gone, she said flatly. I know. I found him. There was a yellow star on his table. The chain rattled, and the door swung open. She was a small woman, wrapped in a heavy cardigan despite the summer humidity. She gestured me inside without another word. Her home was a library, shelves overflowing with books and binders, the air smelling of dust and old tea. It was the opposite of Alastair's chaotic squalor. This was an organized, academic decay. She pointed to a chair piled with papers. I cleared them off and sat. She remained standing, her arms crossed. "Tell me," she commanded. And I did. I told her everything, from the humming to the empty crib to the message left on Alastair's table. She listened without interruption, her expression unreadable. When I finished, she walked to a shelf and pulled down a slender, unmarked binder. "The Unswaddled is one name," she said, opening the binder to reveal pages of neat, typed notes. "Others call it the changeling that is not, the quiet tenant. It is an idea, a pattern. It doesn't have a physical form to hunt. It is a potentiality that requires a specific host to manifest. A mother's despair," I said, the words tasting like ash. "Precisely, a specific kind. Not just sadness, not just frustration. A profound spiritual rejection of the inherent vulnerability of human connection. The belief that true love is a flawed, weak instrument incapable of providing real safety." She tapped a page. "The invitation is an act of ultimate, twisted protection. The mother offers the child's soul as a sanctuary from the world, and in doing so, she creates a vacuum. The unswaddled fills it. How do I find it? How do I get my son back?" She looked at me with a pity that was clinical, devoid of warmth. "You don tea, the child you knew is gone. The process is one of assimilation. What walks in his skin is a composite, a new being fueled by the child's life force and the entity's nature. To destroy one is to destroy the other. Then what am I supposed to do?" The question was a plea, stripped of all pride. "You are doing it," she said, closing the binder. "You are witnessing. You are understanding. The unswaddled is not a lone monster. It is a symptom of a sickness. My research was an attempt to document this sickness, to see if it was spreading. Alastair's death confirms that it is. Your wife was not an anomaly, Gareth. She was a pioneer. The word was a punch to the gut. A pioneer. There will be more," she continued, her voice low. "As the world feels more fractured, more dangerous, more souls will be tempted by this terrible solution. They will see it not as a damnation, but as a cure. Your task is not to kill a monster. It is to prove the cure is worse than the disease. You must find the others who are considering the invitation, who are on the brink. You must show them the cost." "How?" "By being the consequence," she said, her gaze unwavering. "By being the living memory of what happens after the invitation is accepted. You are the ghost of the future they are trying to avoid. Now, you should go." She led me to the door. As I stepped back out into the night, she spoke one last time. "Do not look for the boy. Look for the silence that precedes him. Look for the empty chairs. And when you find one, do not look away." The door closed softly behind me. I stood on her porch, the weight of my new purpose settling on my shoulders. It was not a quest for revenge, or redemption. It was a vigil. I was to become a walking cautionary tale, a man forever bound to the empty space his son had left. I started walking again, but now my eyes were open in a new way. I was not scanning the faces of children for a sign of the occupant. I was scanning the faces of parents, of caregivers, looking for that flicker of perfect, loving despair, the crack in the heart where the silence could get in. The hunt had changed. The city was still full of noise, but I was only listening for the quiet. The city's noise became a backdrop, a meaningless static against which I now listened for a specific frequency of silence. I stopped sleeping in the hostel. Its communal despair was too diffuse. Instead, I found a small, cheap room above a laundromat. The constant thrum of the machines was a dull, rhythmic presence, a vibration that kept the deeper quiet at bay. It was a place of transit, of people passing through to clean their soiled things. I felt at home. My days took on a new shape. I visited libraries not to read, but to observe. I sat in waiting rooms of pediatric clinics, on benches outside schools at dismissal time. I was no longer the frantic father searching for his lost boy. I was a student of anguish. I learned to see the signs Dr. Rosenthal had described. It was not in the dramatic outbursts, but in the small, telling absences. The mother who didn't react when her toddler stumbled, her gaze fixed on some middle distance, as if she were already mourning the child's future bruises. The father who mechanically wiped his son's face, his touch devoid of any warmth, a necessary chore like cleaning a countertop. I saw them, and a cold recognition would settle in my chest. These were the cracks. These were the potential doors. I never approached them. What would I say? That I understood their secret desire to be free of the terrifying burden of love, that I knew the price of that freedom. My role was not to intervene, but to remember, to be the ghost. Weeks bled into months. The sharp edge of my grief was worn down by the sheer monotony of my vigil. I was a stone being smoothed by a river of other people's quiet sorrow. I began to wonder if I was fooling myself, if this was just an elaborate way of going mad with loss. Then I saw her. She was in a park, a woman with a hollowed-out look, pushing a boy on a swing. The boy was maybe 4 years old, laughing, kicking his legs. But the woman's hands on his back were limp. She pushed him without looking at him, her eyes scanning the park with a hunted expression. Her love for him was a cage, and she was rattling the bars. I felt a pull, a certainty. This was not a crack. This was a door already opening. I found a bench nearby and pretended to doze, watching through slitted eyes. The boy laughed and chattered, but the woman's responses were monosyllabic, automatic. After a while, the boy grew quiet, sensing her distraction. The swing slowed. He looked at her, a question in his eyes. She didn't see it. She was staring at a happy family having a picnic, and her face was a mask of such pure, unadulterated envy that it was almost violent. She stood up abruptly. "Time to go," she said, her voice tight. The boy's face fell, but he obediently slid off the swing. He reached for her hand. She looked at his small, outstretched fingers as if they were a venomous insect. She did not take them. She turned and started walking toward the park gate. The boy trailed after her, his little shoulders slumped. I followed them. It was not a decision. It was an instinct. They lived in a modest apartment building a few blocks away. I watched them go inside. A light went on in a third-floor window. I stood in the shadow of a large oak tree across the street, the ghost Dr. Rosenthal said I should be. The days that followed, I kept watch. I learned their routine. The woman's name was Anna. The boy was Leo. She worked from home. He did not go to daycare. They were isolated. In the evenings, she would take him for a walk, always the same route, her pace brisk, her hand never finding his. The despair around her was a palpable field, a distortion in the air. I could feel it humming, a silent version of the sound that had once filled my house. One evening, as they returned from their walk, Leo stopped to look at a moth beating itself against a street lamp. Anna stopped a few feet ahead, her back to him. She didn't call him. She didn't turn. She just stood there waiting, her posture radiating a profound exhaustion. Leo looked from the moth to his mother's rigid back. His small face was pinched with a confusion that was too old for him. He knew, on some primal level, that he was alone. In that moment, I saw it. Not the thing itself, but its shadow. A deepening of the silence around them, a sudden chill in the warm summer air. It was watching. It was assessing the suitability of the cradle. Anna was almost ready. The invitation was forming in her heart, a prayer for a protection that would cost her everything. I wanted to scream. I wanted to rush across the street and shake her, to tell her about the empty crib, the splintered chair, the thank you from a mouth that was not my son's. But I remembered Dr. Rosenthal's words. I was the consequence. My presence was the warning. So I did nothing. I stood in the shadows, a monument to the aftermath. I watched as Leo, sensing the chill, hurried to catch up with his mother. She flinched when his small hand finally brushed against hers. She didn't look down. She just started walking again, faster now, pulling him toward the building, toward the silence of their apartment, toward the decision I knew she was about to make. And I understood, with a final, devastating clarity, that some doors, once seen opening, cannot be closed. You can only bear witness as they swing shut. The next morning, the silence from the third-floor window felt different. It was no longer a passive emptiness, but an active, waiting quiet. I had spent the night on a bench in the small park across the street, my body aching with a cold that had nothing to do with the weather. I watched the sun rise, painting the brick facade of the apartment building in warm tones that felt like a lie. At 9:15, Anna emerged alone. This was a break in the routine. Leo was always with her. Her face was pale, drawn tight over her bones, but there was a new quality to her expression. The hunted look was gone, replaced by a strange, flat calm. She walked with a purpose, heading not toward the grocery store or the park, but in the direction of the city center. I followed, keeping a block behind, my heart a dull, heavy drum. She led me to a part of the city I hadn't visited since my own life fell apart. It was a street of old brownstones, many converted into offices for therapists and holistic healers. She stopped in front of one, its door painted a deep, soothing blue. A small, discreet plaque beside the door read, Lena Croft, Spiritual Counselor. Anna glanced over her shoulder, a quick, nervous flick of the eyes, before she turned the knob and disappeared inside. I found a coffee shop diagonally across the street and took a seat by the window. This was it, the final consultation before the signing of the contract. This Lena Croft was not a doctor. She was a facilitator, a real estate agent for the soul. I sipped my bitter coffee and waited, my gaze fixed on the blue door. An hour passed. When Anna emerged, the change was subtle but unmistakable. The calm had solidified. It was the resolution of someone who has made a terrible, irreversible choice and found a perverse peace in it. She walked away with a straighter back, not looking back at the blue door. I waited until she had turned the corner. Then I crossed the street. I didn't knock. I turned the knob and walked into a small, dimly lit waiting room. The air smelled of sage and beeswax. A woman with long, silver hair sat behind a simple wooden desk. She looked up, her eyes widening only slightly at my abrupt entrance. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice a practiced, mellifluous tone. "You're Lena Croft." "I am. Do you have an appointment?" Her eyes scanned me, taking in my worn clothes, my unshaven face. I did not look like her usual clientele. "I need to talk to you about Anna," I said, my voice low and rough. "And about what she just asked you to do." Her pleasant expression didn't falter, but a wariness entered her eyes. "I'm afraid client consultations are confidential. You'll have to leave." "It's about the unswaddled," I said. The name hung in the scented air. The practiced serenity on her face cracked. A flicker of genuine fear, and then something else, annoyance. I was a complication, a piece of grit in her well-oiled machine. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said, but the words were hollow. "You guide them through the invocation, don't you?" I took a step closer to the desk. "You help them write the invitation. You tell them what trinkets to use, what words to say. You make it feel safe, spiritual." She stood up, attempting to reclaim authority. "You need to leave now, or I will call the police." The police, a dry, humorless sound escaped my throat. "What would you tell them?" "That a man is accusing you of helping mothers surrender their children to ancient hungers. They'd think I was mad, but you and I know I'm not." I leaned forward, my hands flat on her desk. "I know what happens after. I've seen the empty chair. I've heard the thing that says thank you with a stolen voice. You sell them a lie of protection, but you're just an usher leading them to a slaughterhouse." Her composure broke. "You think you understand," she hissed, her melodic voice turning sharp. "You think it's that simple. I offer a solution to an unbearable pain. The world is a nightmare. Love is a wound that never heals. What I offer is a cessation of that pain. For the mother, for the child, in a way you could never comprehend. For the child, the words were a whisper. You believe that? I have to, she said, and in that moment I saw not a monster, but another kind of believer. She had convinced herself that this was a mercy. She was as much a symptom as the despair she exploited. There's a boy named Leo, I said, straightening up. His mother was just here. You cannot do this. It is already in motion, she replied, her voice regaining some of its false calm. The invitation has been made. The silence has been invited. It is merely a matter of time before it accepts. There is nothing you can do. I looked at her, this woman who trafficked in quiet damnation, and I knew she was right in one sense. I could not stop the mechanism now, but I could bear witness. I could be there. I turned and walked out of the blue door, back into the harsh daylight. I didn't look back. I had to get back to the apartment. I had to be there when the silence arrived for Leo. I was the ghost of the future, and I had to make sure his mother saw me. I walked back faster than I had come, my breath tight in my chest. The city seemed to blur around me, the sounds of traffic and conversation fading into a distant roar. All I could hear was the memory of Lena Croft's voice. It is merely a matter of time. When I reached the oak tree across from Anna's building, the street was quiet. The morning sun was higher now, heating the pavement. I stood in the same spot, my vigil becoming more urgent, more focused. The third-floor window was open, the curtains stirring faintly in a breeze that didn't reach the street. I watched for any movement, any sign. Hours passed. The laundromat beside me hummed. Families came and went from the park. Life continued its noisy, oblivious flow. Then, in the late afternoon, I saw him. Leo. He appeared at the window, his small hands pressed against the glass. He was just looking out, his expression unreadable from this distance. My heart clenched. He was still there. He was still Leo. For now. A moment later, Anna's figure appeared behind him. She didn't pull him away. She didn't put a comforting hand on his shoulder. She stood there, looking out over his head, her face a blank slate. She was waiting. She had made the call, and now she was waiting for the answer. The invitation was sent. The air around the building grew still. The sounds of the street seemed to dip, as if someone had turned down a volume knob. A coldness seeped from the building's brick facade, a chill that had nothing to do with shade. It was the same feeling I had felt in my own home, that profound, unnatural stillness that swallows sound and hope. Leo turned from the window and disappeared into the room. Anna remained for a long moment, her gaze sweeping across the street. For a terrifying second, her eyes seemed to lock directly onto mine, hidden in the shadows of the tree. Did she see me? Did she sense the ghost she was about to become? Her expression didn't change. There was no fear, no doubt. Only that terrible, resolved calm. Then she too turned away from the window. The silence deepened. It was a physical pressure now, a weight pushing down on the entire block. I found myself holding my breath, my fists clenched at my sides. This was it. The transition. The moment the door swings shut. A scream tore through the quiet. It was short, sharp, and filled with a horror so pure it was almost clean. It was Anna S.'s voice. It was not the sound of a monster being discovered, but the sound of a woman realizing the true nature of the bargain she had made. The sound of the price being exacted. Then nothing. The silence rushed back in, thicker and more absolute than before. It was done. I stood frozen, my body trembling. I had borne witness. I had seen the door close. I was the consequence, and I had been present for the payment. But it wasn't enough. The scream echoed in my mind, a sound that would now live alongside the memory of the humming and the sight of the empty crib. The front door of the building opened. Anna stumbled out. She was clutching her cardigan around her, but her movements were jerky, uncoordinated. She looked wildly up and down the street, her eyes wide with a shock that had not yet fully registered. She saw me. This time there was no doubt, her gaze fixed on me, standing beneath the tree. She stared at me, a stranger, and in her eyes I saw the dawning, unbearable knowledge of what she had done. I was no longer just a ghost. I was a mirror. She took a half step toward me, her mouth working, but no sound came out. Then she turned and ran in the opposite direction, fleeing from the silence of her apartment and the reflection of her future that I represented. I looked back up at the third-floor window. The curtains were still. There was no small face pressed against the glass. There was only a deep, watchful quiet. The unswaddled was home, and I had another name for Lena Croft S. List. The hunt was not over. It had just begun again. I did not follow Anna. There was no point. Her punishment was a life sentence, and she had just taken the first step into the cell. I looked down at my own hands, rough and stained with the grime of the city, and wondered if she saw the same emptiness in them that I saw in hers. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that seemed to cling to the pavement like stains. The normal sounds of the street slowly returned, but they were muted, as if the brief presence of the absolute quiet had damaged the air itself. I waited until full dark. The light in the third-floor window did not come on. I knew it would not. The thing inside did not need light. It fed on the absence of things. Finally, I turned and walked away. My legs were stiff, my mind a numb blank. I had a purpose, but it felt heavier than before. I did not go back to the room above the laundromat. That chapter was closed. Instead, I walked to the part of the city where the streetlights were broken and the buildings leaned against each other for support. I found a flophouse that took cash without questions. The room was a box with a cot and a sink that dripped a steady, monotonous rhythm. It was perfect. The drip was a sound. It was not silence. The next day, I went back to the street with the blue door. I needed to know more. I needed to understand the network. Lena Croft was a single node. There had to be others. I took up a position in a different doorway, farther down the street, and watched. I saw a man in a suit, his face haggard enter and leave 20 minutes later looking lighter, almost serene. I saw a young woman, no older than 20, clutching a baby carrier, her steps hesitant as she approached. She left crying, but the tears seemed to be of relief. Lena Croft was busy. She was prospering. For 3 days, I watched her practice. I learned her hours. She arrived at 10 and left at 6. She always walked alone. On the 4th day, I followed her home. She lived in a neat, modern apartment building a 30-minute walk away. It was not extravagant, but it was secure, comfortable. She had built a pleasant life on a foundation of quiet horrors. I thought about confronting her again, but words were useless. She was a true believer. I thought about going to the police, but I had no evidence, only a story that would see me committed. I was trapped in the space between knowing and being able to act. My only power was witness. My only weapon was memory. One evening, as I trailed her home, she did something different. Instead of going straight to her building, she turned into a small, secluded city garden, a patch of grass and benches surrounded by high hedges. She sat on a bench and took a small, leather-bound notebook from her bag. She began to write. I slipped behind the hedges, close enough to hear the scratch of her pen. I waited, my breath shallow. After a few minutes, she spoke, not to anyone, but as if rehearsing a line. Her voice was low, but clear. The vessel is prepared. The offering is accepted. The balance is restored. She was reporting. She was logging her success. She was not working alone. She was part of something larger, a congregation of sorts, dedicated to this terrible equilibrium. My blood ran cold. It was not just a series of isolated tragedies. It was a system. She stood up, tucked the notebook away, and continued home. I didn't follow. I stayed in the garden, the scent of turned earth and night-blooming flowers filling my lungs. The balance is restored. The words echoed in my head. What balance? The balance between love and pain, between the noise of life and the lure of silence. They saw themselves as healers, correcting a cosmic imbalance caused by the unbearable weight of human connection. I thought of Leo, of my own son. We were not children, we were weights. We were burdens whose removal restored a balance. The logic was insane, but it was a logic. It gave them a purpose. I left the garden and walked without direction. The city lights were a smear of color against the night sky. I felt more alone than ever. I was not just hunting for individual cracks anymore. I was stumbling toward the edge of a conspiracy of silence, and I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that my next step was not to find another grieving parent. It was to find another Lena Croft. I had to find the source of the prayer. I had to learn who, or what, was listening. The thought was a cold stone in my gut. I had been chasing the symptoms, the desperate parents, and the hollowed-out children. I had never truly considered the disease. Who taught Lena Croft the words? Who defined the balance? The unswaddled was a hunger, a force of nature, but its summoning was a ritual. Rituals have priests. I spent the next week in libraries, and internet cafes. The glow of the screen, a poor substitute for daylight. I searched for mentions of the unswaddled, for Lena Croft, for anything that resembled the practices she described. I found nothing but vague folklore about household spirits and old wives' tales about quiet babies. It was all sanitized, stripped of the true horror. The real knowledge was hidden, passed hand to hand in whispers. My only lead was Lena herself. I resumed my watch, but now with a different goal. I wasn't just observing her routine. I was looking for a connection. I noted the mail carrier, the woman who delivered her lunch, the few clients I recognized from previous days. None of them sparked any suspicion. They were just people. Then on a rainy Thursday, I saw him. An old man with a stooped posture and a dark, wide-brimmed hat, carrying an umbrella that seemed too large for him. He didn't go to the blue door. He didn't even look at it. He simply walked past Lena's office at exactly 3:15, his pace unhurried. A moment later, Lena emerged, locking her door behind her. She pulled up her own collar against the rain and walked in the opposite direction. It was a non-event, except that it happened with the precise, unspoken timing of a ritual. I followed the old man. He was a ghost in the city, his movements fluid and seemingly aimless. He window shopped. He stopped to watch a street performer. He fed pigeons in a square. For 2 hours, I trailed him, growing more convinced that I was chasing a senile old man on his daily stroll. Just as my frustration was peaking, he turned down a narrow alley I had never noticed before, an accessway between 2 grand buildings that was nearly invisible from the main street. I hesitated at the mouth of the alley. It was dark and damp, leading to a dead end. But when I looked, the old man was gone. There was only a single, plain green door set into the brick wall on the right. No knob, no plaque. I walked to the end of the alley. Nothing. He had to have gone through that door. I pressed my ear against the cool, painted wood. I heard nothing. I ran my fingers along the edges, searching for a seam, a latch, anything. It was perfectly smooth, seamless, as if it were a decorative panel and not a door at all. I knocked, softly at first, then harder. The sound was absorbed by the wood, leaving no echo. It was a door that refused sound. Defeated, I stepped back. This was it, a threshold, but it was closed to me. I had no invitation. I was just a consequence, an aftermath, and they had no use for me on the other side. As I stood there, the rain soaking through my jacket, I felt the familiar, crushing weight of helplessness. I knew where the priests were, but I could not enter their temple. I had to make them come to me. I had to become more than a witness. I had to become a problem. The plan formed slowly, a dark and dangerous idea. Lena Croft reported her successes. She kept a notebook. What if her next report was a failure? What if an offering was rejected? That would upset their precious balance. That would get their attention. I thought of the young woman with the baby carrier I had seen days before. She had left crying, but relieved. The invitation had been made. Her time was coming. I had to find her. I had to find her before the silence did. I had to try to close a door that was already opening. It was a desperate, likely suicidal act. But it was an act. It was something other than waiting in the shadows. I turned my back on the seamless green door and walked out of the alley. The hunt had changed. I was no longer just tracking the prey. I was going to try to steal it from the hunter. The city became a map of frantic searching. I had no name for the young woman, only the memory of her face, pale and strained under the streetlights, and the image of that baby carrier held tight against her chest. I started with the street outside Lena Croft's office, pacing the blocks, peering into cafes and shops, hoping for a glimpse. It was a needle in a haystack, but the alternative was to do nothing, and that was no longer an option. On the second day, I found a different approach. I remembered the park near Lena's office, the one with the tired-looking swings. It was the kind of place a desperate mother might go to sit and wrestle with an impossible choice. I took a bench there and waited. The hours bled together. I watched mothers push strollers, their faces etched with a familiar, weary love. I saw the shadow of the unswaddled in every anxious glance, every tight grip on a small hand. The world was full of potential invitations. It was near dusk when I saw her. She was walking slowly along the path, the same baby carrier hooked over her arm. She wasn't crying now. Her expression was hollow, resigned. She found an empty bench and sat, staring at nothing. This was the calm before the storm, the terrible peace that follows a decision made. I stood and walked toward her. My heart hammered against my ribs. What could I possibly say? I was a stranger, a ragged man approaching her with a story of monsters. She would run. She would call the police. But I had to try. I sat on the far end of her bench, leaving a careful distance between us. She flinched, pulling the carrier closer. I didn't look at her directly. I kept my gaze on the gravel path. "You visited a woman with a blue door," I said, my voice low and rough. She went perfectly still. I could feel the fear radiating from her. "Who are you?" she whispered. "Someone who knows what she offers," I said. "Someone who knows what comes after." "She is helping me," the woman said, her voice trembling with defensive conviction. "She is giving us peace." Peace. I finally turned to look at her. She was young, with eyes that had seen too much too soon. Is that what you call it when the silence arrives? When the thing that looks like your child says, "Thank you," with a voice that isn't its own. Her face crumpled. "You don't understand. The crying, it never stops. The fear I can keep him safe. The world is so loud and so cruel. She said this way. He be safe. He be quiet. He never be hurt." It was the same lie, polished and delivered with the sheen of compassion. I leaned forward, my elbows on my knees. "What is your name?" "Maya," she said, after a long pause. "Maya, my name is not important. But I had a son. His mother made the same choice you are making. She believed the same lie." I looked at the carrier. A tiny, sleeping face was just visible, swaddled in a blue blanket. The pain doesn't end, Maya. It just changes shape. It becomes a silence that screams. You will spend every day of your life listening for a sound that will never come again. Tears streamed down her face. What choice do I have? There is no other way. There is always a choice, I said, though the words felt hollow even to me. I was offering her no solution, only a different kind of torment. Even if the choice is just to endure, to bear the wound, that is real. What Lena Croft offers is a phantom limb. You feel the absence forever. It is too late, she sobbed. IV already I said the words. I set the trinkets. She said it would be tonight. The finality in her voice was a physical blow. The mechanism was in motion. I was too late to stop it, but perhaps not too late to disrupt it. Where, I asked urgently, where will it happen? She shook her head, terrified. I can tell, she said, no one can be there. It has to be a quiet space. Only the invitation. Maya, listen to me. That thing, that silence, it feeds on isolation. It thrives on the belief that you are alone. What if you weren't? What if someone else was there? A witness. It might change the equation. I was talking nonsense, inventing rules for a game I didn't understand. But it was the only card I had to play. I had to be in that room. She stared at me, a war raging behind her eyes. The desire for the promised peace against the dawning, horrifying doubt I had planted. My apartment, she finally whispered. 9B, 341 Elm Street. After midnight. She stood up abruptly, clutching the carrier. Please, if you ray lying, if you make it worse. I can make it worse than it already is, I said softly. She didn't reply. She just turned and hurried away. A woman fleeing from both her salvation and her damnation. I watched her go, the weight of what I had set in motion settling on my shoulders. I had a location. I had a time. I was going to crash a sacred rite. I was going to try to stare down the silence itself. And I had no idea what would happen when I did the hours, until midnight were a slow, cold river. I sat in my flophouse room, the drip from the sink marking time like a faulty metronome. I tried to prepare, but how do you prepare for a confrontation with nothingness? I had no holy water, no ancient incantations. I had only my presence, my memory, and the raw, screaming fact of my own loss. I was a man made of scar tissue, and I was going to offer my wounds as a shield. Elm Street was a quiet, tree-lined avenue of modest brick apartment buildings. Number 340, one had a main door that was unlocked. I slipped inside and found apartment 9B at the end of a dimly lit hall. I didn't knock. I pressed my ear to the wood. At first, there was only the hum of a refrigerator from a neighboring unit. Then I heard it, a low, rhythmic humming. It was Maya, already beginning the ritual. My hand found the doorknob. It turned silently in my grasp. She hadn't locked it. Perhaps she wanted me to come. Perhaps some part of her was still hoping for a rescue. I pushed the door open just enough to slide inside. The apartment was dark, except for a single candle burning on a small table in the living room. Maya was on her knees before it. The baby, wrapped in the blue blanket, lay in a bassinet beside her. Her humming was a tuneless, desperate drone. On the floor around the candle were the trinkets Lena had prescribed: a tarnished silver spoon, a lock of dark hair tied with string, a small, smooth stone. The air in the room was already changing. It was becoming thick, heavy, the way it feels before a thunderstorm. The mundane sounds of the building were fading, being pushed back by an advancing wall of quiet. Maya sensed it too. Her humming faltered. She looked toward the bassinet, her face a mask of terror and longing. I stepped fully into the room. The floorboard creaked under my weight. Maya gasped and spun around. "You came," she whispered, her eyes wide. The candle flame flickered violently, though there was no draft. The silence was now a physical pressure in the room, a presence settling into the corners, leaching the warmth from the air. It was focusing on the bassinet, on the child. I moved to stand between Maya and her baby. I had no plan, only a conviction. "It's not peace," I said, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the hush. "It's consumption." The temperature dropped sharply. The candle flame shrank to a blue pinpoint, then stretched itself into a tall, thin, wavering line. It was no longer casting light, but absorbing it. The shadows in the room deepened, coalescing around the bassinet. A shape began to form there, a small, indistinct outline that was both there and not there. It was the promise of a child, the echo of one, but utterly hollow. Maya let out a choked cry and covered her mouth. The thing in the shadows seemed to turn its headless attention toward me. I felt a coldness seep into my bones, a profound indifference that threatened to erase my very thoughts. It was the feeling of being unwritten. I did the only thing I could think to do. I began to speak, not a prayer or a challenge, but a memory. I spoke of Leo. I described the weight of him in my arms when he was born, the smell of his hair after a bath, the sound of his laughter, a real, messy, joyful sound that had once filled a room. I poured the noise of his life into the silence that was trying to claim another. The empty shape near the bassinet wavered. The cold intensified, a sharp, angry response. It was a silence that refused to be filled. "You see," I said to Maya, my teeth chattering, "it hates the noise. It hates the life." The thing was still forming, pulling substance from the quiet of the room, from Maya's despair. It was becoming more solid, a small, swaddled figure with a face that was a smooth, blank oval. It was almost complete. Then from the bassinet came a sound, a small, fussy gurgle. The real baby was stirring, disturbed by the cold or the tension in the air. The effect was instantaneous. The blank face of the unswaddled thing seemed to ripple. The candle flame roared back to life for a second, casting a wild, dancing light. The silence cracked. In that moment, Maya saw it. She saw the difference. She saw the living, breathing, fussing reality of her child, and she saw the cold, perfect stillness of the thing that wanted to take its place. A mother's instinct, deeper than any bargain, roared to the surface. "No," she screamed. She lunged forward, not toward the thing, but toward the bassinet. She snatched up her reel, crying baby, and clutched him to her chest. The rejection was absolute. The silent figure dissolved like smoke. The pressure in the room vanished. The ordinary sounds of the night rushed back in a distant siren, the hum of the fridge. The candle was just a candle again, burning normally. Maya sank to the floor, sobbing, rocking her baby, who was now wailing in earnest. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I stood there, trembling, drained. We had done it. We had closed a door. But as I looked at the forgotten trinkets on the floor, I knew the victory was temporary. The balance had been upset. The priests would have felt it. Lena Croft would know her offering had been refused. I had made myself a problem. And now they would come for me. The baby-esque cries were a raw human sound that slowly filled the hollow space the silence had left behind. Maya rocked him, her own sobs subsiding into a shaky rhythm. She looked up at me, her eyes wide with a dazed sort of terror. "What was that?" she whispered. "What did I almost do?" "You saved your son," I said, my voice rough. The adrenaline was fading, leaving a deep, cold fatigue. The room felt ordinary again, but the memory of that advancing quiet was etched into the air. "They LL know," she said, her grip tightening on the baby. The woman she said it was a contract. She said there were consequences for breaking faith. "Let them worry about the consequences," I said, though the words felt false. I walked to the window and peered through the blinds. The street was empty. For now, they thrive on secrecy. They don tea like witnesses. I turned back to her. "You need to leave. Tonight. Go to family, a friend, somewhere you haven't tea been before. Don tea tell anyone where you ray going." She nodded, understanding the urgency. She began gathering things with a frantic energy, stuffing diapers and clothes into a bag. I knew I should go. My presence here was a danger to her. I had what I wanted. I had forced a rupture. Now, I had to be the visible crack they would try to seal. I slipped out of the apartment and back into the night. The air felt different on my skin, charged. I had thrown a stone into a still pond, and the ripples were moving outward. I started walking, not toward my room, but with no destination. I was a lure now. I needed to be in the open. I found myself drawn back to the alley with the seamless green door. It was as silent and imposing as before. I stood before it, no longer trying to listen or to open it. I simply waited. I had rejected their offering. I had interfered with their balance. They would have to acknowledge me. An hour passed. The city's noise was a distant murmur. Then, a soft, scraping sound came from the door. It wasn't the sound of a lock turning, but of wood sliding against wood. A thin, vertical crack appeared down the center of the door, and it opened inward just a few inches. No light came from within, only a deeper darkness. A figure stood in the opening. It was the old man from the street, his face hidden in the shadow of his broad-brimmed hat. "You are causing a disturbance," he said. His voice was dry and thin, like pages rustling together. There was no anger in it, only a statement of fact. "I am exposing a crime," I replied. "There is no crime. There is only equilibrium. You have tipped a scale. It must be corrected by making another offering, by taking another child." I took a step forward. "Where is my son? What did you do with Leo?" The old man was silent for a long moment. "The child is at peace. The mother is at peace. You are the one who refuses the quiet. You are the discordant note. Tell me who you are," I demanded, my voice rising. "Tell me what you want." "We are the caretakers," he said simply. "And you are a weed in the garden. You will be plucked." He began to close the door. "Wait," I shouted, rushing forward. But the door slid shut without a sound, the seam vanishing back into the smooth, painted wood. I slammed my fists against it, but it was like hitting stone. I was left alone in the alley, my knuckles stinging. They weren't going to debate me. They weren't going to explain. They were just going to remove me. The hunt was over. I was the prey. I had to get off the streets. I turned to leave the alley, but a tall, broad-shouldered man was now blocking the entrance. He hadn't been there a second ago. He wore a dark, well-tailored coat, and his hands were empty at his sides. He didn't look like a thug, but his stillness was more threatening than any aggressive posture. "The caretaker would like a word," he said. His voice was a low, calm baritone. I backed away, deeper into the dead-end alley. There was no escape. The green door was sealed. The man took a step forward, and then another. His movements were effortless, economical. He was a tool being used. As he drew closer, I saw his eyes. They were the worst part. They weren't cruel or angry. They were empty, just like the thing that had tried to take Maya S. baby. This man was already unswaddled. His silence was worn on the inside. He reached for me. I had nowhere to run. This was the correction. This was the plucking. Story 3. The key was in the box. It had always been in the box, tucked away on the highest shelf of the linen closet, behind a stack of threadbare towels that smelled of dust and slow decay. It was a small thing, a lacquered wooden box the color of old blood, with a tarnished silver clasp that had not been opened in years. Caden only found it because he was searching for a clean blanket for his mother, whose cough had taken on a new, wet, and desperate sound that echoed through the thin walls of the house like a dying bird flapping against a window pane. His fingers, clumsy with a fear that had become his constant companion, brushed against the box's cool, smooth surface. He pulled it down, dislodging a small avalanche of dust motes that danced in the slanted light of the late afternoon. The house was so quiet, a silence that was not an absence of sound, but a presence, thick and heavy, broken only by the ragged pull and push of his mother S breathing from the next room. He sat on the worn hallway runner, the rough wool scratchy against his legs, and cradled the box in his lap. It felt expectant. The clasp gave way with a soft, reluctant click. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was not a piece of jewelry or a forgotten love letter, but a single, old-fashioned key. It was heavy, iron, cold to the touch, even though the house was warm with the trapped heat of a sick room. And tucked beside it was a photograph, sepia-toned and brittle at the edges. It showed a house, but not any house he knew. It was a tall, gaunt structure, with a widow S walk clinging to its roof like a skeletal crown, set against a sky of indistinct, swirling clouds. On the back, in his mother S looping, youthful script, were 2 words: Silent Hill. A sound escaped his mother S room then, not a cough, but a low, guttural moan. Caden scrambled to his feet and rushed in. Drew was lying propped on pillows, her skin translucent, mapped with blue veins. Her eyes, once the bright blue of a summer sky, were now clouded with pain and something else, a distant horror. She was staring not at him, but at the key in his hand. "You found it," she whispered, her voice a dry rustle of leaves. "He said you would." "Who, Mom? Who said?" Caden knelt beside the bed, taking her cold hand in his. Her grip was surprisingly strong. The man with the sideways face, she breathed, and a tremor went through her. "In the dreams, the town it calls. It has always called. It has why I left. But it wants back what it has owed." Her eyes focused on him, sharp with a sudden, terrifying clarity. "It has not me it wants, Caden. It never was. It was waiting for you. The key it has not for a door. It has for a gate. That was the beginning, the first crack in the world. The doctors, when they came, spoke of fever dreams and the toxic byproducts of a body shutting down. They increased her morphine, and Drew slipped away into a twilight sleep from which she seldom stirred. But Caden knew. He knew the way you know the truth of a nightmare upon waking, a knowledge that resides in the marrow of your bones. The key was real. The town was real. And his mother was dying, because of a debt he did not understand, incurred in a place he had never been. 3 days later, the first vision came. He was dozing in the chair by her bed when the air changed. The scent of camphor and clean linen was replaced by the smell of wet asphalt and ozone, the metallic tang of an approaching storm. The room seemed to waver, the walls breathing in and out. For a moment, he saw another room superimposed over his mother S, peeling wallpaper, a rust-stained sink, and outside the window, a falling curtain of thick gray fog. And in the fog, shapes moved. Tall, slender things that walked with a broken-jointed grace, their forms shifting and indistinct. He heard a low, industrial groan, like a great machine rusted solid, and beneath it, a whispering, a multitude of voices speaking in a language that was all sibilance and pain. He gasped, and the vision was gone. The room was just a room, but the smell of the fog lingered in his nostrils for hours. He called Justin. Justin, who had been his friend since they were both small enough to believe the woods behind their neighborhood were an endless wilderness. Justin, whose steady presence was the closest thing to a fortress Caden had ever known. He did not try to explain over the phone. He simply said, "I need to go. I need your help." And Justin, without a moment's hesitation, said, "I am on my way." They left before dawn in Justin's old pickup truck, the key heavy in Caden's jacket pocket, the photograph, a fragile ghost, in his wallet. Drew was in a hospice now, her body sustained by tubes and drips, her spirit already halfway to that other place. Caden had kissed her forehead, feeling the terrible coolness of her skin. "I'll fix it," he had whispered, though he did not know what it was. The journey was a long unraveling of the known world. The interstate bled into state roads, which frayed into county highways that wound through landscapes, growing progressively darker and more dense. The cheerful green of summer faded into the deep, brooding greens of ancient pines that pressed in on the road, their branches creating a tunnel that swallowed the light. The air grew cooler. The radio, which had been spitting out static-laced songs, eventually surrendered to a steady, whispering hiss. It was on one of these forgotten roads that the world changed. The transition was not a door opening, but a slow seepage. The air thickened into a palpable fog, a gray soup that reduced the world to the 20 feet of asphalt directly in front of the truck's grimy headlights. The sound of the engine became muffled, distant. "What the hell is this?" Justin muttered, leaning forward, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "It wasn't tea in the forecast. It's not weather," Caden said softly. He could feel it, a pressure in his ears, a coldness that had nothing to do with temperature. It was the feeling from his vision. "We ray here." A sign loomed out of the fog, its letters weathered almost to nothing. He could just make them out. Silent Hill. The town was a corpse picked clean by time and something else. The fog was a permanent resident, coiling through the streets, clinging to the skeletons of rusted cars and the hollow-eyed buildings. Snow fell, but it was a gray, ash-like snow that did not melt, settling on everything like a shroud. The silence was the most terrifying thing. It was not empty, but watchful. It was a silence that listened. They left the truck at the edge of town, the engines sputtering and dying as if the life had been choked out of it. The only sounds were the crunch of their footsteps on the grit-covered pavement and the low, mournful blare of a foghorn that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The map was the town itself. Caden found that if he let his mind go quiet, a pull would guide him, a subtle current in the stagnant air. It led them down streets that seemed to rearrange themselves when they weren't looking, past playgrounds where swings moved with a ghostly, creaking rhythm, and through buildings whose interiors were vast and impossibly skewed. It was in the old Grand Hotel that they encountered the first of the things that lived in the fog. They were were searching for a way through to the other side of the town, a place the pull in Caden's mind indicated was important. The hotel lobby was a cavern of rotting opulence, water dripping from a shattered skylight, the carpet squelching underfoot. A figure emerged from the shadows, a thing that had once been a man. Its skin was stretched taut over a distorted skeleton, and it moved in a series of jerky, painful-looking spasms. In its hand, it clutched a long, rusted piece of pipe. It did not speak. It only let out a wet, rattling sigh and lunged. Justin was ready. He was a large young man, strong from a lifetime of physical work, and he moved with a surprising speed. He met the creature's charge, deflecting the pipe with a forearm and driving his own weight into its chest. The thing fell back with a sound like breaking sticks, but it was not alone. More of them were emerging from the darkness, their sighs forming a dissonant chorus. "Run," Justin yelled, shoving Caden towards a crumbling staircase. They ran, the things shambling after them with a relentless, slow persistence. The hotel became a nightmare of endless corridors and doors that opened onto brick walls. The air grew thick with the smell of blood and rust. The walls themselves seemed to pulse, the floral wallpaper peeling back to reveal surfaces of groaning, perforated metal. They burst out onto a fire escape that overlooked a different part of town entirely. The creatures did not follow them outside. They lingered in the doorway, their forms dissolving back into the darkness as if they were made of the same substance. Justin leaned against the rusty railing, breathing heavily. "What are those things?" "The town," Caden said, his voice trembling. "They ray the town, its memories, its pain." It was then that they saw the woman. She was standing in the street below, untouched by the falling ash, a figure of impossible clarity in the grimy world. She wore a dark, elegant coat, and her face was pale and serene. She looked up at them, and her eyes held a deep, ancient sadness. She raised a hand and gestured for them to follow before turning and walking into the fog. Her name was Dahlia, and she was the first guide. She led them to a small, surprisingly intact chapel, a sanctuary in the chaos. Inside, the air was still and smelled of old wood and incense. "The town has many layers," she explained, her voice like the chime of a distant bell. "The fog world you see is a buffer, a echo. Beneath it lies the other world, the real face of this place. It is a reflection of the soul who's trapped here. For your mother, it was a place of guilt and sacrifice. She made a bargain to save you when you were a child, a fever that should have killed you. She offered her life to the town's power, but the power is a capricious thing. It does not want a life given. It wants a life earned. It wants a champion. A champion for what?" Caden asked, the key feeling like a block of ice in his pocket. "There's a war," a new voice said from the shadows of the altar. A man stepped forward, tall and gaunt, with eyes that burned with a fierce intelligence. He was the second guide, a doctor named Kaufman. A war not of armies, but of essences. This town is a nexus, a thin place where the fabric between what we call good and evil wears through. The force that holds sway here, the one that claims your mother's debt, seeks to bleed its influence into your world. It feeds on pain, on fear. It requires a vessel to cross over fully. And the other force, Justin asked, his hand resting protectively on Caden's shoulder. Dahlia and Kaufman exchanged a glance. "There's another," Kaufman said carefully. "A spirit of the town itself, perhaps. A manifestation of purifying fire. But it is absolute. It would rather see this place, and any hope of salvation, burned to cinders than let the darkness win. You, Caden, are the pivot. Your mother's sacrifice gave you a connection to this place. The key you carry does not open the door to her prison. It opens the door to the arena where this war will be decided. The revelation was a cold stone in Caden's gut. He was not on a quest to save his mother. He was on a quest to take her place in a cosmic struggle he barely understood. The journey to the Lakeview Hotel, the place in the photograph, was a descent into hell. The town shed its foggy skin and transformed around them. The world turned to rust and blood, the sky a deep, angry red. The buildings twisted into monstrous parodies of themselves, walls becoming membranes, floors tilting into impossible angles. The whispers became screams. The things that hunted them here were no longer shambling remnants, but sleek, brutal nightmares with limbs of knife-like bone and faces of stretched, screaming skin. Justin fought them all. He was a bulwark of flesh and blood against the surreal horror. His baseball bat a solid, comforting weight in a world that had lost all its rules. He was wounded, a deep gash on his arm that wept black blood, but he never faltered. He was the anchor that kept Caden from losing his mind in the shifting chaos. They finally reached the hotel. The lobby was vast, a cathedral of suffering. And there, in the center, on a throne of twisted rebar and broken bodies, sat the man with the sideways face. He was not a man at all, but a concentration of the town's darkness. His form flickered, one moment a handsome businessman, the next a grotesque, insected creature. This was the final enemy, the source of the pursuing force. The key, it hissed, its voice the sound of tearing metal. "Give it to me. Your mother's time is almost up. Her pain has been an exquisite vintage, but it is nearly drained. Yours will be richer." Caden felt a terror so profound it was almost peaceful. This was it. This was the end of everything. He saw his mother's face, not as she was now, but as she had been, smiling in the kitchen, sunlight in her hair. He thought of Justin, bleeding but unbroken beside him. He thought of the long, quiet years of love that were the true reality, and this nightmare was just a forgotten detail in a dusty corner of the universe. He did not give it the key. He turned it in the air, a gesture that felt both alien and as natural as breathing. He wasn't opening a door for the darkness. He was accepting the challenge. "No," Caden said, and his voice did not sound like his own. It was older, layered with echoes. "The debt is mine to pay, but not to you. A brilliant, searing white light erupted from him. It was not a gentle light, but a furious, purifying fire. It was the other force, the spirit of the town that Dahlia had spoken of. It flooded the lobby, scouring the darkness. The creature on the throne shrieked, its form dissolving in the glare. Caden felt a pain beyond imagining, a burning that consumed not his body, but his very essence. He was the gate, and he was the key, and he was the lock. He saw a final vision. His mother in her hospice bed, taking one last, deep, clear breath. A smile of profound peace touched her lips. Then, her heart monitor flatlined into a single, endless tone. The light vanished. Caden was on his knees in the lobby. The rust-and blood world was gone. The hotel was just an old, ruined building, silent and still. The fog remained, but it was just fog now, cold and empty. Justin helped him to his feet. Didn't he speak? Didn't he need to? They walked out of Silent Hill, and the town did not try to stop them. The truck started on the first try. The sun was breaking through the clouds on the road back to the world of the living. Dru's funeral was small and quiet. The grief Caden felt was clean, a human grief for a human loss. He and Justin never spoke of Silent Hill to anyone else. It became a secret shared between them, a scar on their memory. Justin S. wound healed, leaving a pale, jagged mark that sometimes ached when it rained. Caden tried to go back to a normal life, but normal had been redefined. He would sometimes, in the moment between waking and sleeping, catch the scent of wet asphalt and ozone. He would see, out of the corner of his eye, a patch of shadow that seemed a little too deep, a little too still. He had closed a door, but he had become the door. The war was not over. It had simply adjourned. Years later, a grown man living in a city far from either of his childhood homes, Caden was cleaning out a drawer when he found it. The key. He thought he had lost it, left it in that other place. It was still cold, still heavy. As he held it, the air in his apartment grew still. The distant city sounds faded away. Outside his window, the bright afternoon sky began to bleed at the edges, tinged with a familiar, industrial gray. He did not feel afraid. He felt a weary sense of recognition. He walked to the window and looked down at the street. The traffic had stopped. People were frozen in place. And walking through the motionless crowd, a tall, slender figure in a dark coat looked up at him. It was Dahlia. She smiled, a sad, knowing smile, and gestured for him to come down. The key was in his hand. The world was waiting. He turned from the window, a quiet understanding settling upon him. The story was not his to finish, for it had never truly been his to begin. It was simply his turn to hold the line, to stand in the space between the light and the dark, a forgotten detail waiting to be remembered once more. And somewhere, in the spaces between the breaths of the world, the fog continued to roll in, forever and ever. He took the stairs down, each step echoing in the unnatural silence. The lobby of his apartment building was empty. The usual hum of the vending machine and the fluorescent lights absent. The front doors, usually a wall of glass showing a busy street, were now opaque, swirled with the same gray mist that had begun to bleed into the sky. Dahlia was waiting for him on the sidewalk. The world was a photograph, a tableau of frozen life. A man was suspended mid-stride. A woman laughed soundlessly into her phone. A pigeon hung motionless in the air. Only Dahlia and Caden existed within the flow of time. "It didn't take long," she said. Her voice was exactly as he remembered, a clear bell in the suffocating quiet. "I thought it was over," Caden replied. The key was a familiar weight, a cold anchor in this sea of stillness. "It is never over," she said, turning to walk. The frozen world parted for her, the still figures seeming to blur as she passed. Caden followed, his footsteps the only other sound. You stabilized the balance. For a time. But at equilibrium, this delicate is always shifting. The silence you bought with your mother's peace was a temporary measure. What does it want now? He asked the question, but he already knew the answer. He felt it in the pull of the key, in the way the fog clung to him like a second skin. The same thing it has always wanted. A conduit, a permanent gateway. You are that conduit, Caden. You always were, from the moment your mother's bargain touched you. You are not a visitor to Silent Hill. You are a piece of it, and it is a piece of you. It has grown quiet without its champion. It seeks a new one, or it seeks to reclaim the old. They turned a corner, and the city was gone. In its place was the familiar ash-choked main street of Silent Hill. The snow fell in gray flakes. The foghorn groaned its low, mournful note. It was exactly as he had left it, yet somehow more tired, more brittle. "Kaufman believes there is another way," Dahlia said, leading him toward the lake. A way to sever the connection entirely. But it is a dangerous path. It would require going deeper than you have ever gone, to the very heart of the town's memory. It would mean facing not the town's idea of you, but your own idea of the town. They reached the shore. The water was still and black, a mirror reflecting nothing. A small boat, rotten and leaking, was tied to a splintered post. "What's on the other side?" Caden asked, staring into the impenetrable fog that shrouded the lake. "The beginning," she said, "where your mother first heard the call, where your fever almost took you, the source of the debt. But be warned, Caden, the town will not let you go easily. It will use everything you fear, everything you love against you. It has had years to study you." He stepped into the boat. It rocked precariously, taking on water. It felt flimsy, insubstantial, like a thought that could be forgotten at any moment. "Will you be there?" he asked, looking back at Dahlia. Her form was already beginning to fade, becoming one with the fog. "I am a guide, not a savior. My role is to show you the threshold. The journey beyond is yours alone." Her voice was now a whisper on the wind. "Remember, the town is a lie that tells the truth. Look past the horror to the meaning." And then she was gone. Caden was alone in the boat, adrift on the black water. picked up the single, weathered oar and began to row. The shore disappeared behind him almost instantly, swallowed by the fog. There was only the sound of water dripping from the oar and the slow, rhythmic creak of the boat. He rowed for what felt like hours, or maybe only seconds. Time had no meaning here. Then, a shape emerged from the gloom, not the opposite shore, but a massive, decaying structure rising from the water itself. An old lighthouse, its stonework cracked, its light long dead. Tied to a lower landing was another boat. This one was newer, sturdier, and he knew, with a certainty that chilled him deeper than the fog, that it was Justin S. His friend had not simply moved on. He had been waiting. He had known Caden would have to return, and he had come back to Silent Hill to stand with him one last time. The sight of that boat filled Caden with a dread far greater than any monster could inspire. Because the greatest terror was not the fear of what the town could do to him, but the fear of what it might make him do to the people he loved. Gripping the key, he steered the rotting boat toward the lighthouse, toward the friend he had hoped to leave behind in a safer world. The real battle, he understood now, was just beginning. The iron ladder leading up to the lighthouse landing was slick with a damp, oily chill. Caden climbed, the key a cold brand against his thigh. Each rung groaned under his weight, a protest from the decaying structure. He pulled himself onto the wooden platform, his breath pluming in the frigid air. Justin S. boat was tied securely below. A stark, tangible piece of the real world in this place of nightmares. The lighthouse door was ajar, a rectangle of deeper darkness. From within, he heard a sound that made his heart clench. Not a scream, not a monster-esque roar, but the soft, steady sound of someone humming a familiar tune. It was a song Justin S. mother used to sing when they were kids, working in her garden. Caden pushed the door open. The interior was a single, vast cylinder, empty save for a spiral staircase winding up into the gloom. Justin sat on the bottom step, his back to the door. He was cleaning his baseball bat with a ragged cloth, his movements slow and methodical. He didn't turn around. "Took you long enough," Justin said, his voice flat and tired. "You shouldn't be here," Caden said, the words tasting like ash. Justin finally looked over his shoulder. His face was older, etched with lines that hadn't been there years ago. But his eyes were the same, steady and resolute. "Where else would I be? You think I didn't feel it?" The ache in my arm every day was a reminder, a countdown. I knew it wasn't over. This is different, Justin. This is inside me. It's my fight. Justin stood up, hefting the bat onto his shoulder. The gesture was so familiar it hurt. That S where you lay wrong. It was never just your fight. It was ours the day I drove you into this town. That S how this thing works. It binds you. It uses your loyalty against you. He gestured with the bat toward the staircase. He S up there. Your reflection. Caden felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. What? The town S idea of you, Justin clarified, his voice grim. The champion it wants to create. bitter, angry, willing to burn it all down just to feel the warmth. I've been talking to him, waiting for you. Caden looked up the twisting stairs. A faint orange light flickered from above, the color of a dying fire. He started to climb, Justin following a step behind. The air grew warmer as they ascended, carrying a smell like burnt hair and old regrets. The top of the lighthouse was not a lamp room, but a perfect replica of Caden's childhood bedroom. The wallpaper with the rocket ships, the worn wooden desk, the narrow bed. But it was all wrong. The room was tilted at a slight angle, and the single window looked out not onto a street, but into a swirling vortex of red and black. Sitting on the bed was a young man who looked exactly like Caden, but with hollow eyes and a cruel twist to his mouth. This was the part of him that had never left Silent Hill. The prodigal son returns, the other Caden said. His voice was a dry rasp. Come to finally claim your throne, or to beg for release. I am here to end this, Caden said, his own voice sounding small. You can end me, the double laughed, a harsh, cracking sound. I am the truth you ignore, the anger you swallow every day, the knowledge that your mother died for nothing, that your friend's life is permanently scarred because of you. The town doesn't need to create a monster, Caden. It just needs to give yours a key. The double held up his hand. In it was an exact duplicate of the cold metal key. Justin stepped forward, his bat held ready. Ignore him, Cade. It's just noise. Is it? The double sneered, looking at Justin. He's the chain, you know. The town's anchor in you. As long as you care for him, you are vulnerable. The only way to be free is to sever the connection, to let the purifying fire burn everything away, including him. Caden looked at Justin, at the fierce, protective loyalty in his friend's face. He thought of Kaufman's warning about the absolute spirit of fire that would rather see everything burn. This was its voice, wearing his face. This was the temptation of a clean, cruel end to the pain. No, Caden said, not to the double, but to the presence he felt behind it. He looked past his twisted reflection to the vortex in the window. That's not freedom. That's just a different kind of prison. He took the real key from his pocket. It was no longer cold. It was warm, almost vibrating with a low, steady hum. He wasn't holding a weapon or a tool. He was holding a choice. The debt was paid with love, Caden said, the realization dawning as he spoke the words. Not with fear, not with pain. That's what it never understood. He turned away from the double on the bed and faced Justin. He held the key out, not to a lock, but to his friend. It was never about me alone. It was about us. Justin looked from the key to Caden's eyes, and he understood. He laid a hand over Caden's, their fingers clasping the key together. The moment their skin touched, the lighthouse trembled. The replica of the bedroom began to dissolve like smoke, the cruel double letting out a shriek of fury as it fragmented into nothing. The vortex in the window collapsed in on itself, and for a single, breathtaking second, Caden saw a clear, star-filled night. Then, the familiar gray fog returned, but it felt thinner now, less substantial. They were back on the lighthouse landing, the key warm in their joined hands. The oppressive silence was broken by the distant, gentle lap of water against the shore. "It has not gone," Justin said quietly. "No," Caden agreed, "but it has lost its hold. For now." He looked at the key in their hands. It felt lighter. The connection was still there, a thread leading back to the heart of the town, but it was no longer a chain. It was a choice. They had faced the absolute and chosen something more complex, more fragile, and more human. Together, they climbed down into the boat. Caden took the oar, and as he began to row back toward the shore he could now see, he knew the fog would always be there, on the edge of his vision. But he also knew he would not have to face it alone. The boat moved steadily through the black water, two figures against the endless gray, leaving the lighthouse and its lies behind. The journey back across the lake was quiet, the only sound the dip and pull of the oar. The fog began to lift, not with the harsh glare of sunlight, but with the gradual dimming of a perpetual twilight. The shore that greeted them was not the one they had left. The oppressive, industrial buildings of the town center were gone, replaced by a quiet, wooded shoreline. It was the edge of the park, the place where the real world and the other world blurred. They pulled the boat onto the damp earth. Justin's truck was there, parked exactly where they had left it years before, as if only a minute had passed. The air was cold and clean, smelling of pine and wet leaves. The silence was no longer menacing, but simply silent. Justin drove. Neither of them spoke until the Welcome to Silent Hill sign was a receding speck in the rearview mirror. The road ahead was clear, the sky a normal, overcast gray. "It's different this time," Justin finally said, his hands tight on the steering wheel. "Yes," Caden replied, looking at his own reflection in the side mirror. He half expected to see the hollow-eyed double, but it was only his own tired face. The key was in his jacket pocket. It felt inert now, a simple piece of cold metal. The connection was dormant. "It's not following me. I am just aware of it." Life resumed, but the rhythm was new. Caden moved out of the city, finding a small house near the coast where the sea mist was just sea mist. Justin visited often. They never spoke of the lighthouse, but its presence was a quiet understanding between them. The scar on Justin's arm never ached again. Caden took a job restoring old boats, finding a strange peace in the methodical work of repairing what was broken. He kept the key on a hook in his workshop, a curious artifact that visitors sometimes asked about. He would just say it was a reminder. One evening, years later, he was working on a dinghy, the sound of the waves a constant companion. A woman approached, her steps hesitant on the gravel path. She was older, with a kind, weary face. She introduced herself as Kaufman S. daughter. She had been going through her father S. things after his passing and found his journals. She had read about Caden, about his mother, about the debt. He believed you found a third path, she said, her voice soft. Not surrender, not annihilation. A balance. Caden nodded, wiping his hands on a rag. He looked out at the horizon, where the sea met the sky in a seamless gray line. The town is a wound, he said. It can be healed, but it can be contained. It needs someone to acknowledge it, to hold the space. Not with hate, and not with fear. Just acceptance. She smiled, a sad, gentle smile. He would have been glad to know that. She left him with a copy of one of the journals, the pages filled with her father S. frantic, hopeful writing. That night, Caden sat on his porch, the journal open on his lap. He read about the absolute spirits, the ancient forces of the town that fed on human emotion. He read about his mother S. desperation and his own childhood fever that had made him a perfect vessel. But he also read about the potential for a guardian, a warden who could use the connection not as a curse, but as a watchful presence. He looked up from the page. Down by the water's edge, the mist was thickening, curling inland in a way that was not quite natural. It was not an invasion. It was a test, a question. Caden stood up. He walked down to the shore, the cool dampness clinging to his clothes. He could feel the familiar pressure at the edge of his perception, the subtle pull towards the rust-colored silence. He did not fight it. He did not embrace it. He simply stood there, a man on a lonely beach, and watched the fog roll in. He acknowledged its presence, and then, quietly, he turned his back on it and walked toward the warm light of his house. The fog did not follow. It lingered at the shoreline, a distant, silent watcher. And Caden knew with a calm certainty that this would be the rest of his life. Not a battle, but a vigil. He was the door and the lock and the key. And for now, that was enough. The next morning, the mist had receded, leaving the air sharp and clean. The boat he was working on seemed to gleam under the overcast sky, the fresh varnish smelling strongly of pine and salt. Justin arrived just after noon, bringing coffee and sandwiches. They ate in comfortable silence on the porch, watching the gulls wheel over the water. It was here last night, Caden said finally, not taking his eyes off the horizon. Justin took a slow sip of his coffee. I know. I felt it, like a change in the barometric pressure. He didn't seem alarmed, only thoughtful. It quieter than before. It learning, Caden replied. He thought of the journal, of Kaufman's theories about sentient phenomena. Or maybe I am. The days folded into one another, a peaceful rhythm of work and quiet companionship. The key remained on its hook, a tarnished piece of metal that held no power beyond memory. Caden stopped thinking of it as a key and started thinking of it as a token. A paperweight holding down the pages of a strange chapter in his life. Then one evening in late autumn, a storm rolled in from the sea. It was a fierce howling gale that rattled the windows and sent waves crashing against the shore. The power flickered and died, plunging the house into darkness lit only by the sporadic flash of lightning. Caden lit a kerosene lamp, its warm glow pushing back the oppressive night. He was standing at the window, watching the chaos outside, when he saw a figure stumbling along the beach. It was a man, his clothes soaked and torn, his movements frantic and disoriented. He was heading directly for Caden's house. A normal person would have seen a victim of the storm. Caden saw something else. The man moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, and his face, illuminated for a split second by a lightning strike, was a mask of pure, uncomprehending terror. This was not a random occurrence. This was a delivery. Caden met him at the door before he could knock. The man collapsed into the entryway, gasping for breath. He smelled of brine and something else, something metallic and old, like rust. It's in my head, the man choked out, clutching his temples. The sirens, the static I was just driving. I took a wrong turn. I saw the sign. Caden helped him to a chair. He knew what was happening. The town was not reaching for him directly anymore. It was sending him its strays, its lost souls. It was reminding him of his role. "What is your name?" Caden asked, his voice calm and steady. "Peter," the man whimpered. "I just want to go home." "You will," Caden said. He went to the hook and took down the key. It was cold again, but not with the aggressive chill of before. It was a functional coldness, like a Dr. S stethoscope. He held it in his palm and focused not on the town, but on the man's fear. He visualized it as a tangled thread, a connection that needed to be gently severed. He placed his other hand on Peter's forehead. The man flinched, but then relaxed as a wave of unnatural calm washed over him. Caden closed his eyes. In his mind, he saw the rusty, familiar streets, heard the distant groan of the foghorn. He saw Peter's thread, a bright, terrified red, snaking through the alleys. With a thought that was not quite a word, he gently pulled it loose. Peter let out a long, shuddering sigh. When Caden opened his eyes, the man was looking around the room with a dazed but clear expression. The frantic terror was gone. The storm, Peter mumbled. "I must have gotten turned around." The wind outside seemed to lessen its fury. The rain softened to a steady patter. An hour later, when the storm had passed, Justin's truck pulled into the driveway. He came inside, his hair wet from the rain, and looked from Caden to the now calm stranger. "Everything okay?" Justin asked, his eyes knowing. "Everything's fine," Caden said. "Peter here just needs a ride to the main road." After they left, Caden returned the key to its hook. It was warm again. He understood now that his vigil was not passive. It was an active, quiet management of a border that only he could see. The town would always be there, and it would always cast its shadow. But he was no longer a victim caught in it. He was a warden standing at the edge, ensuring the shadows did not creep too far into the world of light. He picked up a piece of sandpaper and went back to work on the boat's hull. The rhythmic sound a quiet counterpoint to the fading echo of the storm. The following week, a postcard arrived in the mail. It showed a generic sunset over a beach, but the message on the back was written in a shaky, unfamiliar hand. It read, "Thank you for the calm." The drive home was quiet. It was signed with a simple P. There was no return address. Caden pinned it to the wall next to the key. A small, tangible record of a success. Justin saw it on his next visit. He studied the postcard for a long moment, then nodded to himself. "So that's how it works now," he said. "It sends them, and you send them back." "It seems so," Caden replied, applying a coat of stain to a new oar. "It's not about fighting. It's about redirecting, easing the pressure." He found himself thinking less about escape and more about equilibrium. The journal Kaufman's daughter had given him became a kind of manual. He read about the town's history, not as a place of supernatural evil, but as a focal point for pain, a geological fault line in the human psyche. His own connection was a unique form of sensitivity. He could feel the town's distress signals like a hound catching a scent on the wind. Months passed. Another lost soul found his way to the workshop, a young woman who spoke in riddles about shifting walls and faceless children. Caden did what he had done for Peter, using the key as a focus to gently untangle her from the town's grip. She left confused but peaceful, with no memory of the details of her ordeal. The work on the boats continued. He found a strange symmetry in it. He was repairing vessels that navigated the real, physical sea, while simultaneously tending to people who had been adrift on a sea of nightmare. Both required patience, a steady hand, and an understanding of the hidden currents that could pull you under. One afternoon, as he was caulking the seams of a small sailboat, a car he didn't recognize pulled up. A man in a crisp suit got out, looking distinctly out of place among the wood shavings and fishing nets. He introduced himself as Dr. Alastair Finch, a historian specializing in regional folklore. "I've been tracking stories about your area for some time," Finch said, his eyes keen and analytical. "There are patterns, disappearances, strange experiences, all radiating from a central point. I believe you might have some unique insights." Caden wiped his hands, feeling a familiar, low hum from the key on the wall. The town did not like this man. It sensed his intellectual curiosity, his desire to dissect and explain. That kind of attention was a threat. "I just fix boats," Caden said, his voice even. Finch smiled, a thin, knowing expression. "I think you do more than that. I've spoken to a few people. They mention a quiet man by the shore who helped them when they were lost. They can't remember much, but they remember the calm." He glanced toward the key on the hook. "An interesting piece. May I ask where you got it?" Caden moved to stand between Finch and the key. The air in the workshop grew heavy, the sound of the waves outside seeming to mute. "I think you should leave," Caden said softly. Finch's smile faded. He felt the change in the atmosphere, the sudden, profound silence. A flicker of unease crossed his face. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to understand." "Some things don't want to be understood," Caden replied. "They just need to be left alone." For a long moment, they stood in silence. Then, Dr. Finch nodded slowly, a reluctant acceptance in his eyes. He turned and walked back to his car without another word. As he drove away, the normal sounds of the coast returned. The key on the wall was still. That night, Caden dreamed not of rust and blood, but of a quiet, fog-shrouded street. He saw Dr. Finch walking down it, but the man was not afraid. He was taking notes, utterly fascinated. And from the alleys, dark shapes began to coalesce, drawn by his intellectual hunger. Caden woke with a start, knowing the town had shown him a warning. His role was not just to heal the lost, but to turn away those who sought the darkness for the wrong reasons. He got out of bed and went to the window. The moon was bright on the water. He knew then that his peace would always be punctuated by these interruptions. It was not a perfect life, but it was a purposeful one. He was the guardian of a threshold, and he would stand his watch for as long as he was able. The next morning, a thick envelope arrived with no postmark. Inside were Dr. Finch's notes, every page meticulously blacked out, except for a single, typewritten line at the very end. "Some doors are better left unopened. Thank you for the reminder." Caden burned the papers in his wood stove, watching the words curl and turn to ash. The message was clear. The town had spoken through him. A final warning heeded. The seasons turned. Caden's hair grayed at the temples, and the lines around his eyes deepened, etched by sea spray and silent vigilance. Justin's visits became less frequent as his own life expanded, but a phone call every Sunday evening was a ritual they never broke. The conversation was always the same. "Anything?" Justin would ask. "Quiet," Caden would reply, and it was both a statement and a hope. The key remained on its hook, a silent partner. It was neither warm nor cold, simply present. Over time, Caden realized its true purpose was not to unlock or to bind, but to measure. It was a barometer for the other side. He grew so accustomed to its subtle presence that he could sense a disturbance days before a lost soul would appear on his beach. The air would taste of copper, and the gulls would fall silent. One crisp spring day, a boy no older than 10 walked out of the mist that had lingered for days. He wasn't crying or frantic. He was calm, too calm, his eyes holding an ancient weariness that chilled Caden more than any scream. In his hand, he clutched a small, tarnished silver locket. "It's looking for a new one," the boy said, his voice flat. "It's tired of you." Caden felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. He knelt down, bringing himself to the boy's eye level. "What's your name?" "It doesn't matter," the boy replied. He held out the locket. "She said to give this to you. She said you'd understand." Caden took the locket. It was icy to the touch. With trembling fingers, he he pried it open. Inside was a tiny, faded photograph of his mother, young and smiling, a picture he had never seen before. The message was unmistakable. The town was not just sending strays anymore. It was making a direct appeal, reaching back into his own history, reminding him of the original debt. He looked from the locket to the boy's hollow eyes. This was not a soul to be sent back. This was a vessel empty and waiting. The town was proposing a trade, a successor. For the first time in years, Caden felt a surge of the old fear, cold and sharp. But beneath it was something else, a deep, resolute anger. He would not allow another life to be consumed. He would not pass on this curse. He closed his hand around the locket, then reached out and placed his other hand on the boy's shoulder. He did not try to send him back. Instead, he poured every ounce of the calm he had cultivated, every memory of Justin's friendship, every moment of peace he had wrested from the gloom, into the child. He showed the boy what it was to feel the sun, to hear genuine laughter, to be safe. The boy's eyes flickered. A single tear traced a path through the grime on his cheek. Then he took a deep, shuddering breath, and the ancient look vanished, replaced by the raw confusion of a frightened child. I want to go home," he whispered. "I know," Caden said softly. He led the boy inside and called the authorities, reporting a lost hiker's child. He kept the locket. When the boy was gone, Caden walked to the shore and threw the locket as far as he could into the sea. The water was calm, accepting. He knew the town had felt his refusal. The balance had shifted. His vigil was no longer just about maintenance. It was a defiance. He was the warden, and he would hold the line. There would be no successor. The door would close with him. He turned and walked back to his workshop, the sound of his footsteps steady and sure on the gravel path. The defiance settled not as a sharp anger, but as a cold, hard certainty in his core. The town had revealed its ultimate desire, and in doing so, it had lost any lingering claim of neutrality. It was not a passive wound in the world. It was a hungry one. His role was now clearer than ever. Days turned into a week, and the atmosphere around the property changed. The air remained still, but it was a watchful stillness. The key on the hook felt heavier, as if absorbing the weight of his decision. Justin sensed it during their next call. The usual quiet was met with a pause. "It's a different kind of quiet, Justin," Caden admitted. "I'm coming out," Justin said, and there were no arguments. When Justin arrived, he found Caden not working on a boat, but building a simple, sturdy bench from scrap wood. He was placing it at the very edge of the property, facing the sea. "A watching place," Caden explained, driving the final nail. They sat there together as the afternoon light faded. Justin didn't press for details, his silent presence a bulwark against the encroaching dusk. That night, the mist returned. It did not creep. It assembled, a solid wall of gray looming just beyond the waterline. From within its depths came a sound Caden had not heard in decades, the faint, discordant clang of a bell, the one that had hung outside the town's vanished chapel. It was not a call. It was a summons. Caden rose from his chair. He took the key from its hook. It was freezing now, a cold that burned his palm. He walked to the new bench and sat down, the key held loosely in his hand. He would not go to the shore. He would not meet it halfway. He felt the town's frustration as a physical pressure, a headache blooming behind his eyes. The mist surged forward, swallowing the beach, then the first line of dunes. It stopped 10 feet from the bench, swirling angrily, unable to advance further. The bell clanged again, sharper, more insistent. Caden closed his eyes. He did not try to push back. Instead, he focused on the space around him, the scent of pine from the workshop, the feel of the wooden bench beneath him, the solid, breathing presence of Justin inside the house. He rooted himself in the reality he had chosen. He was not a scared boy anymore. He was a man with a home. The mist thinned. For a moment, he saw shapes within it pale, grasping things that were the echoes of echoes. They reached for him, their forms fraying at the edges. The key in his hand grew warm, then hot. A final, furious clang of the bell echoed across the water, a sound of pure negation. Then, silence. He opened his eyes. The mist was gone. The moon shone on an empty, peaceful shore. The key was cool again, its weight familiar and manageable. Justin stepped out onto the porch. "It's over. For now," Caden said, his voice tired but firm. It tested the lock. The lock held. He knew this was not an end. It was a new phase of the long vigil. The town would wait, and it would test him again. But he had defined the boundary, not with fear or hatred, but with a simple, unyielding refusal. He was the warden. There would be no replacement. The bench by the shore would be his watchtower, and the key was no longer a measure of the town's power, but a symbol of his own. The next morning, the air was clean and sharp, washed pure by the confrontation. Caden walked the property line and found nothing amiss, not even a stray seashell out of place. It was as if the mist had never been, but a single, tangible change waited for him on the bench. A single gray feather lay on the seat, its veins perfectly aligned. It was from a gull, but it was unnaturally cold to the touch and smelled faintly of wet stone. A token, not a threat, but an acknowledgement. The town knew he was there. Justin stayed for a week. They did not speak much of the event, but their work took on a new rhythm. Justin helped him reinforce the shutters on the workshop and install a powerful storm lamp above the door. It was practical work, but it was also symbolic. They were fortifying the position. After Justin left, Caden's life settled into a new normal. The lost ones still came, but less frequently, as if the town was conserving its energy. Each time, Caden performed his duty with a renewed sense of purpose, gently severing the psychic hooks with the cold key. He kept a small, private ledger now, not of the people he helped, but of the signs. The taste of the air before our arrival, the behavior of the birds, the temperature of the key. He was becoming an expert in the climatology of a haunted place. Years bled away. The world outside changed, but the little stretch of coast remained a pocket of stillness. Justin's Sunday calls were now video calls, his face weathered by time and a happy life. He had grandchildren who would sometimes wave at the screen. Caden would wave back, his own face a map of solitude, but a peaceful one. One evening, as he sat on his bench watching the sunset, he felt a familiar, deep chill in the air. The key, hanging on its hook inside, would be growing cold. He felt a pull not towards the shore, but downwards into the earth beneath his feet. It was a new sensation, a subtle sinking feeling. He understood. The town, unable to break his defense on the horizontal plane, was probing deeper, testing the foundations. He went inside and took the key. He pressed its cold metal against the floorboards of the workshop. He closed his eyes and focused on the roots of the headland, the ancient rock that anchored his home. He felt a distant, grinding pressure, a presence trying to worm its way up. He pushed back, not with force, but with a simple declaration of fact. This ground is mine. The pressure receded. He was an old man now. His hands, once skilled at shaping wood, were gnarled with arthritis. He knew his time as warden was finite. The town knew it too. It was patient. It would wait for his strength to fail. But Caden had a plan. It was not a grand gesture, but a quiet one. He began to write. He filled a notebook with everything he had learned, the signs, the methods, the nature of the town's hunger. He wrote about his mother, about Kaufman, about Justin. He did not write it as a warning, but as a manual. He sealed the notebook in a waterproof box. On a day when the sea was calm and the sky was a clear, untroubled blue, he rowed the little sailboat he had repaired decades before to the very edge of the deep water. He weighted the box with a smooth, heavy stone and lowered it into the depths. He did not know if anyone would ever find it. That was not the point. The point was to put the knowledge somewhere the town could not easily reach, to cast a seed into the future on the chance that another might need to understand. He rowed back to shore, his muscles aching. As he pulled the boat onto the sand, he felt a profound tiredness, but also a deep satisfaction. He had held the line. He had built a life in the shadow of the impossible. That night, he sat on his bench under a blanket of stars. The key was warm in his lap. He listened to the gentle rhythm of the waves, a sound that was no longer a threat, but a companion. He closed his eyes. He did not dream of the town, or of rust, or of mist. He dreamed of quiet waters and a boat sailing on under a clear sky towards a distant horizon. The final years were the most peaceful. The probing from below ceased, and the key remained at a constant, neutral temperature. The town, it seemed, had accepted the stalemate. Caden's world shrank to the simple routines of the workshop, the bench, and the weekly call with Justin. He felt the slow, inevitable softening of his own edges, a gradual blending with the quiet landscape he had guarded for so long. One autumn morning, Justin arrived without calling first. he found Caden on the bench, a blanket over his legs, watching the gulls wheel over the water. He was thinner, his face a delicate web of lines, but his eyes were clear and calm. They sat together for a long time in a comfortable silence that had been decades in the making. "The kids want to see you," Justin said finally. "They Ray worried you Ray lonely." Caden smiled, a slow, gentle unfolding. "I am not lonely. I am just still." Justin nodded, understanding. He stayed for 3 days. They didn't talk much, but they fixed a leaky faucet and sorted through a box of old tools. It was a final, quiet act of maintenance. The morning Justin left, they shook hands at the car, a firm, warm grip that said everything. Caden watched the car until it disappeared around the bend in the road. Then he turned and walked back to the bench. The air was cool, but the sun was warm on his face. He felt a familiar, profound tiredness, but this time it was a welcome thing, like the tide going out after a long day. He sat down and looked at the key, which he had brought out with him. It sat on the bench beside him, a simple piece of iron, its purpose fulfilled. He closed his eyes and listened to the sea. The sound was no longer separate from him. It was the rhythm of his own blood, the echo of his own breath. He did not open his eyes again. Weeks later, a park ranger making a routine check found him. The man was struck not by any sense of sorrow, but by an overwhelming peace. Caden looked like a man who had simply decided to stop, his body resting easily against the back of the bench, his face turned toward the ocean. The key was gone. The ranger searched the area, but found no trace of it. It was as if it had simply vanished, its duty done. Justin handled the arrangements. It was a small, quiet service. Afterward, he stayed at the property for a few days, feeling the strange, persistent silence. It was not the watchful quiet of before, but a true and deep stillness. The tension was gone. The threshold was closed. On his last day, Justin sat on the bench. He felt nothing but the sun and the wind. He knew, with a certainty that required no evidence, that the town had retreated, its access point sealed by the long, patient vigil of his friend. The door had closed, as Caden had vowed it would. Justin spread Caden's ashes from the bench into the sea. As the last gray dust settled on the water, a single, ordinary gull landed on the sand nearby. It did not look at him with ancient eyes. It was just a bird. It preened its feathers for a moment, then took flight, crying out once before disappearing into the vast, blue sky. The sea continued its eternal motion, calm and untroubled, holding its secrets deep. The property passed to Justin, as stipulated in the simple will. He visited on the anniversaries, first with his wife, then with his children, and eventually with his grandchildren. They would picnic on the headland, and he would tell them stories about the kind, quiet man who had lived there, a man who had loved the sea. He never mentioned the town, or the key, or the mist. Those stories were not for them. They were a weight he carried alone, a secret history that was now his to keep. He kept the workshop tidy. he never sold the property. It felt like a betrayal. Sometimes, in the deep quiet of the evening, he would sit on the bench and feel a faint, residual echo, not of fear, but of resolve. It was Caden's legacy, a final layer of protection woven into the very soil. The world moved on, and the spot became just another beautiful, remote stretch of coast, known only to locals and the occasional intrepid hiker. One summer, decades after Caden was gone, a storm of unusual ferocity lashed the coast. It was the kind of storm that reshapes landscapes. When it was over, Justin, an old man himself now, drove out to check for damage. The workshop was fine, but a section of the cliff below the bench had collapsed, torn away by the violent waves. As he walked along the newly exposed shoreline, his eye caught a glint of metal among the fresh fallen rocks. It was a box, corroded by salt and time, but still intact. The lock had been shattered by the force of the collapse. With a sense of quiet inevitability, he pried it open. Inside, protected by a layer of waxed canvas, was a notebook. The handwriting on the first page was unmistakable. It was Caden S. Justin did not read it there. He took the box home. That night, sitting in his own study, surrounded by the comforts of his long life, he finally understood the full depth of his friend S. Vigil. He read about the signs and the methods, about the boy with the locket, about the final, silent stand. It was not a story of horror, but one of profound guardianship. Caden had not just been keeping the world safe from the town. He had been keeping the town contained, preventing its peculiar sorrow from leaking out into a world that would not understand. He finished reading as the sun began to rise. He felt a great sadness, but also a greater peace. The circle was closed. The knowledge was found. He knew what he had to do. He took the notebook to his fireplace, and one page at a time let the words turn to ash. He did not do this out of fear, but out of respect. The door was closed. The watch was over. Some stories are meant to be kept, not told. They are the quiet foundations upon which ordinary peace is built. And that, he knew, was exactly what Caden would have wanted. The ashes of the notebook settled in the grate. A fine gray powder that held the last tangible echo of the secret. Justin felt the weight lift from him, not because the burden was gone, but because it had been properly laid to rest. He cleaned the fireplace meticulously, scattering the ashes in his garden where they would be lost among the soil, returning to the earth just as Caden had returned to the sea. His visits to the property became less frequent after that. There was no need. The air remained clear, the sea benign. On his final visit, he was 80 years old. He sat on the bench, which was weathered but still strong, and watched the waves. He thought of boat repairs and shared silences, of a friendship that had been an anchor in a strange and turbulent sea. He felt no presence, no lingering watchfulness, only the simple, enduring beauty of the place. He died in his sleep the following winter, a man who had lived a full and happy life, his dreams untroubled by gray mists or silent towns. The property was inherited by his daughter, who had only known it as a peaceful summer retreat. She loved the old workshop and the view from the bench, and she often wondered about the quiet man in the few photographs her father had kept. She sensed a story there, but it was a gentle mystery, one that added to the charm of the place rather than haunting it. One day, her own young son, exploring the rocky shore below the headland, found a piece of smoothed green sea glass. He brought it to her, delighted by its perfect, cool surface. As she held it, she felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of calm, a feeling of being profoundly and utterly safe. It was a feeling that would stay with him, too, as he grew up. A quiet assurance that some places in the world are simply good, and the sea, forever shifting and eternal, kept its secrets, whispering them only to the stones and the sand. The boy, whose name was Leo, kept the sea glass in a small wooden box by his bed. He grew up with the sound of the waves as a constant lullaby, and he never once had a nightmare in the little house on the headland. He felt a connection to the previous owner, the man in the faded photographs, though he could not have explained why. It was a feeling like the certainty of the tide. When Leo was a teenager, he decided to rebuild the old sailboat that had been rotting in the workshop for decades. His mother thought it was a foolish, romantic endeavor, but she saw the determined light in his eyes and did not stop him. The work was slow, and he made many mistakes. Sometimes, when he was stuck, he would sit on the bench and just look at the water. Answers seemed to come easier there, as if the quiet itself was offering guidance. The summer he turned 18, he finally launched the boat. It was a calm, clear day, much like the one decades past when Caden had rowed out to deep water. Leo sailed along the coast, feeling the wind fill the patched sails, a sense of rightness settling in his bones. He did not know about the weighted box that lay somewhere beneath him, or the key that had vanished into myth. He only knew that this water, this sky, felt like home in a way no other place ever had. He sailed back as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sea in hues of orange and violet. As he approached the shore, he saw a figure sitting on the bench. For a heart-stopping moment, the silhouette against the dying light seemed ancient and familiar. But as he drew closer, he saw it was just his mother, waiting for him with a smile. The illusion faded, but the feeling of being welcomed, of being expected, remained. That night, as a soft fog rolled in a natural, weather-bound fog that smelled of salt, and nothing else, Leo stood on the porch. The property was quiet, but it was the quiet of contentment, of a story that had reached its proper ending. He knew, in the way young people sometimes know things they have never been told, that he was part of a continuity. He was not a warden, for there was nothing left to guard. He was simply the next person who belonged to this particular piece of the world. And for now, that was more than enough. The waves broke gently on the shore, a sound that was neither a threat nor a summons, but simply a promise of tomorrow.